the humiliation and the seed of awakening. The Konoha sunset was a canvas of orange and purple, but the beauty outside didn't mitigate the charged atmosphere of the Hokage office. Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, looked at Naruto with a mixture of exhaustion and deep frustration. The boy had grown, his body had stretched, but his mind, to her, remained dangerously immature. 3 years with Jiraiya, Naruto, Tsunade stated, gesturing to the reports scattered across the desk. One achievement that belongs to you is the Rasengan. Mastered before any average Jonin, and without the aid of the Kyuubi, you used it to incapacitate Kabuto in that encounter. A true prodigy in chakra manipulation. Naruto listened, his usual optimism struggling against the weight of the truth. The village had seen that spark. They remembered his victory in the Chunin finals, where he had bested the most acclaimed genius, Neji Hyuga, through his unpredictability and sheer tenacity. For a time, doubt dissipated and admiration blossomed. But you come back, the Hokage continued, gently tapping a report from the mission in Suna. And in your first serious confrontation with Akatsuki, against Deidara, what did you do? Repeat the same mistakes. Your strategy was simply to create more Kage Bunshin and brute force. And when they overtook you, Tsunade stopped, her gaze fixed and piercing. You unleashed the beast chakra. You activated even the second tail, ignoring the suppression seal Kakashi had taught you. If it hadn't been for the efforts of your companions, the transformation would have continued. Dependency, Naruto. Dangerous dependency. The humiliation was already a slow burn. But the real burn came with the mission on Tenchi Bridge, the utter failure in Orochimaru's lair, the underground encounter. The cold darkness of the cavern was a grim scene. Team Kakashi, reformed with Yamato and Sai, finally found the figure who had consumed their lives, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto, seeing this, felt a wave of relief and uncontrollable fury. Sasuke! I finally found you, she cried, taking a step forward, her voice cracking with suppressed emotion. Sasuke turned around. His face, framed by dark locks, was unnaturally cold. His eyes, deep and devoid of affection, looked at the Konoha group. Why have you come? He asked in a flat voice, lacking any trace of its former warmth. I have no interest in returning to Konoha. Of course not, Naruto insisted, trying to force his will. I promised I'd bring you back. That's the bond we have. Sakura, tears in her eyes, approached cautiously. Sasuke-kun, please. It's all over. Go back to the village. We can start over. Sasuke barely spared him a glance. You have nothing to do with me, he declared with complete disinterest. My path is mine alone. Even Sai, trying to understand the concept of bonds, tried to intervene, but Sasuke ignored him like he was an insignificant breeze. Naruto's anger exploded. His chakra churned, and he prepared to attack. Before he could form the first seal, Sasuke disappeared. Not with a speed technique, but with a flicker of refined chakra. He instantly appeared behind Naruto, leaving the edge of his sword Kusanagi resting on the blonde's shoulder. The coldness of steel and Sasuke's lethal speed froze time. The psychic invasion. Sasuke activated his three-bladed Sharingan. The pattern was burned into Naruto's retina, and in that instant, the world distorted. The Uchiha moved at a speed that Yamato, an elite Jonin, could barely keep up with. Sasuke effortlessly dodged Naruto's clumsy attempt at a melee attack, demonstrating a mastery that far surpassed that of the Jonin who had fled the village. The Uchiha then made direct, invasive eye contact. Naruto found himself transported to the damp, dark landscape of his subconscious. Before him, the bars of the seal. Behind him, the immense, red eyes of Kurama. The nine-tailed fox snarled, recognizing the invading energy. An Uchiha. His chakra is as sinister and cold as that of the Sasuke, through the visual connection, simply projected a wave of will and dark chakra towards Kurama. It wasn't a physical attack, but a demonstration of power. Spiritual. The beast felt a chill he hadn't felt since Madara. Arrogant brat. Do you think your Sharingan can control me? Roared the Kyuubi, trying to unleash its chakra, but Sasuke was faster. With the concentration of his Manjiki latent, achieved suppressed Kurama's chakra for a brief, terrifying moment. The beast growled in frustration. In that moment, Sasuke proved to Naruto, unequivocally, that his raw power was useless. and that even the beast within him could not protect him from a genius with strategy and skill. Dojutsu correct. Back in reality, Naruto fell to his knees, cold sweat soaking his clothes. He was exhausted, not from the battle, but from the annihilation of his spirit. Sasuke repositioned himself, telling them that he wasn't interested in handing his body over to Orochimaru if it was necessary to complete his revenge against Itachi. It was the only thing that interested him. Sasuke sheathed his sword with a final metallic sound. He looked at them all with contempt: Yamato, Sakura, Sai, and especially Naruto. I've had enough of those pathetic blades. He was going to use his new jutsu. He made the hand signs. His intention was to annihilate the four, but when he was going to execute his jutsu, Orochimaru appeared, deading him. If I were you, I wouldn't use that now, Sasuke. Kabuto, who appeared, also said, yes Sasuke, they can do us a favor by eliminating some Akatsuki. After that the three disappeared, leaving Naruto and his team with a broken heart. The perverted genius decision. The return was silent. Tsunade's report was the final confirmation. It was a failure. Sitting alone in his apartment that night, Naruto faced the mirror. The blind rage had drained away, leaving a pool of pain and icy clarity. Neutralizing the ascending chakra. Suppress Kurama's chakra. It wasn't strength. It was domain and strategy. Sasuke had won with brains and technique, not just muscle. The humiliation hadn't been just Sasuke's, but his own blindness. He was a prodigy with an unsurpassed chakra reserve, but he'd used it like an iron hammer, when it should have been a diamond scalpel. The awakening of the genius, the new Naruto emerged. Strategy engrossed the infinity chakra would now be the basis for a total war strategy. I would use Cage Bunch in it to fight, but to analyze, simulate and perfect mastery and talents he would delve into the control of his elemental affinity, wind, and the fusion of jutsus, seeking perfection. Scientific of his power. The seducer's awakening, and his perverted mind, once just a silly joke, Oiroku no Jutsu, merged with his ambition for dominance. If he was going to be the strongest shinobi, he would also be the most desired man. Sasuke used indifference. He would use feebled confidence. He looked at Tsunade's mission reports. Tension and risk were what turned him on, in battle. And in romance. Women of power, those who exuded strength and defiance, would be his first target. He wouldn't seek them out for validation, but for fiery conquest which would affirm its new status. Total dominance, Naruto murmured, a complex, calculating smile spreading across his face. And the path will be very interesting. Chapter 1, The Torture of Analysis and the Fiery Conclusion. The days following Naruto's return from Tenchi Bridge were a mental hell. The humiliation manifested not in screams or blind rage, but in a piercing silence and forced intellectual hyperactivity. His small apartment had become his personal cell, lit by the moon and littered with scattered scrolls. The contradiction was what ate away at him the most. He leaned against the wall. The scroll of the Cage Bunshin no Jutsu which he had used in his early days now stretched uselessly at his feet. His eyes narrowed with unusual concentration, analyzing the facts as if they were a poison puzzle. I am a prodigy, he murmured, the phrase a statement, not a question. I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, a chakra reserve that not even the Hokage possesses. I managed to master the Rasengan before anyone else. I defeated Neji. Remember Neji, the most promising genius of his generation and now a jonin respected, only intensified his pain. Neji, who looked at him with disdain and then with respect. Naruto had proven to be a latent talent. But Sasuke beat me without breaking a sweat, he hissed, slamming his fist against the wood, a dull impact that did nothing to ease the tension. The only logical explanation, the most bitter and difficult to swallow, was that there was wasted time and the person responsible for the diversion was the man he trusted the most, Jiraiya, the Sannin of the Toads. Naruto closed his eyes, allowing his memory to piece together the 3 years of travel, separating the moments of genuine training from the Sannin's endless research. Yes, Jiraiya had taught him to better control the Kyuubi's chakra, to master the Rasengan in its Odama version, and to purify his chakra for more complex summons. But he also taught me the art of shameless flirting, he said with a grimace. He forced me to practice the Hang no Jutsu for infiltrations in disreputable ends. We spent weeks investigating the anatomy and emotional weaknesses of women. Interesting. The blonde remembered the first time. A small inn in the land of the moon. A kunoichi who had renounced his ninja ways, and Jiraiya's fatherly, and morbid, guidance. It was a moment of confusion and discovery. The Urasani not only had he awakened her libido, he had nourished it. He taught me to use my optimism as a weapon to emotionally disarm women, Naruto analyzed, feeling the blush of those memories. He told me, real power is the ability to bend wills, boy, and a kunoichi strong is the will that is hardest to break. If you can make them smile, if you can make them blush with a single sentence, you are unstoppable. The problem was that Jiraiya had prioritized that sentimental education and the investigations of his novel Inside above essential shinobi training. Naruto had not learned advanced elemental ninjutsu, had only touched the surface of his wind affinity. He hadn't learned how to counter the genjutsu or taijutsu. He was still impulsive. Instead of refining his technique, Jiraiya had pushed him to rely on his vast reserves of chakra to make up for any shortcomings. Conclusion: he had returned stronger physically and with one libido newly discovered and voracious, but strategically and technically, it had stagnated. Sasuke, on the other hand, had trained with Orochimaru, the master of technique, analysis, and immortality. Brute force and flirting versus genius and technique. The analysis was irrefutable. Sasuke's failure wasn't the Uchiha's fault. It was his own poor time management. The new Naruto, the strategic prodigy, made an irreversible decision. "This is over," he declared, with a coldness that would frighten Kakashi himself. "If the path to dominance is intellect and technique, then that is what I will do." But the perverted side, nurtured by Jiraiya, wasn't going to disappear. It would merge with his new approach. "And if the ability to bend wills is real power," he continued, a complex and malicious smile playing on his lips, "then the next time I face a kunoichi powerful, I will not only surpass her on the battlefield, I will also win the game of seduction." The training had to be radical. And there was only one person in Konoha powerful and terrifying enough to force him to reach that level: Tsunade Senju, the Hokage. She had technique, intellect, and monstrous strength. And, Naruto thought with a flash in his blue eyes, a commanding beauty that demanded respect and fascination. The challenge wasn't just to become Hokage, it was to surpass every genius who had scorned him, and to conquer every powerful woman who crossed his path. He stood up, picked up the parchment from the cage Bunshin no Jutsu, and for the first time, he didn't just see a cloning technique. He saw a living laboratory. He saw a tool for accelerating knowledge and technical perfection, the only way to recover the 3 lost years. Dawn found Naruto at the gates of Konoha, heading not to the usual training grounds, but to the Hokage Tower. He had a proposition that no sane Jonin would dare to make, and an ambition that would change his destiny. The confrontation of the genius and the Sannin. Morning light filtered through the windows of the Hokage Tower, illuminating the ink-stained scroll that Tsunade Senju frowned as she reviewed. Beside her, Shizune prepared tea with quiet efficiency. Both of them were exhausted, not only from the administrative work, but from the recent failure of the Sasuke retrieval mission. Tsunade's silent rage was palpable. The door opened without a knock. Naruto Uzumaki entered with renewed energy, but his demeanor was strangely measured, lacking the usual torrent of shouts. Tsunade looked up, her amber eyes boring into him. The professional contempt was evident. "What do you want, Naruto?" "I'm busy dealing with the consequences of your failure." Naruto stood in the middle of the office. His mind, now a calculating machine, filtered Tsunade's every word like a tactic. Her rage was a reflection of his own disappointment, and he knew the only way to diffuse it was with brutal truth and audacity bordering on insubordination. His eyes, however, strayed first. They remained fixed, unmoving, on the Hokage's generous cleavage, a gaze that was not that of a foolish child, but that of a connoisseur who appreciates the magnitude of the work of art. 5 seconds of brazen scrutiny. Tsunade felt the heat of that gaze, so different from the boy she was used to seeing. A barely perceptible blush tinged her cheeks, and Shizune coughed nervously. "It seems, Naruto," Tsunade hissed, her voice low and dangerous, "that the trip taught you to be less subtle." The blonde blinked, returning his gaze to hers with a sincere, yet mischievous, smile. "You know, Tsunade-sama, I've been thinking about my failure on that mission. How Sasuke far surpassed me. He's far more powerful than I am. I've been asking myself why. And I've come to a conclusion I can't deny." He took a step closer, the intensity in his blue eyes almost a physical pressure. "Please don't tell the perverted sage this." "But I think he wasted my time with him in these 3 years." The Hokage raised an eyebrow, anger momentarily replaced by surprise. "I didn't win a variety of ninjutsus. I didn't improve my taijutsu or my strategies. I only increased the chakra capacity I can use, but I am still impulsive, falling back on the fox chakra as a resource." He paused dramatically, searching for the impact of the admission. "While he taught me to appreciate the artistry of women and how the female anatomy is a work of art." Naruto gave another, shorter but incredibly intense leer at Tsunade's breasts, stopping just on the edge of disrespectful, knowing she would kill him if he crossed the line. "I definitely need to get stronger. It wasn't the training it should have been." Shizune clapped her hand to her mouth, shocked. Tsunade, however, remained stoic, though her breathing quickened slightly. Naruto's audacity was unheard of. "If I tell him," Naruto continued, his tone returning to seriousness, "he'll never want to see me again, and he'll consider me a total failure." "But you—" Naruto reached out a hand toward her, not to touch her, but to emphasize his point, his finger pointing at her immense presence. "You are strong." He trained Sakura, and she, with the help of old Shio, was able to defeat Sasori, an opponent that not even Orochimaru could defeat. "That's not just strength, it's mastery." His voice became lower, more intimate, ambition and flirtation merging. "If you train me seriously, I can be the hero of this village, Tsunade-sama. Besides, I could see her up close." Skill. The word dexterity came out with an ambiguous tone, implying both his skill in battle and his know-how as a powerful woman, and the connection that existed between the two. Tsunade, a woman who had lived through decades of war, pain, and adulation, took a moment to find her voice. The boy's boldness was an aphrodisiac disguised as insolence. "Well, Naruto," she said with a forced half-smile, as she leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms under her chest, a gesture that didn't diminish her figure, but rather accentuated it. "It seems Jiraiya taught you too much. Appreciate the art of female anatomy," referring to the blatant looks he had given her. "But Naruto, you're crazy. I can't help you and be your sensei. If Jiraiya knew, he'd consider it an unforgivable betrayal. He thinks he's polishing you in his image. Besides, I'm training Sakura, she'd feel betrayed too if I suddenly targeted you." Tsunade leaned forward, her voice taking on a more maternal tone, but with an underlying warning. "You're a young, strong man, and you are no longer a child. What would people think of the Hokage if they saw her training with a man who is already a man? Not only would it generate gossip about an inappropriate relationship, but it would undermine my authority. It's best not to, Naruto. I'm sorry." The denial was a direct blow, but Naruto, with his newfound intellect, had already anticipated the resistance. It wasn't a definitive no, but rather a doubt disguised as social excuses. The blonde nodded, his face showing genuine disappointment, but his mind was already searching for the next move. "I understand, Tsunade-sama. Appearances are important," he said, his tone more somber, making her feel a small pang of guilt. He turned and walked toward the door. But before crossing the threshold, he stopped, looking over his shoulder. His blue eyes met hers for the last time, and the expression on his face was now a mixture of promise and absolute determination. "But I promise you something, Tsunade-sama. The next time you see me, I won't just be Sasuke's equal. I will be a shinobi so formidable that you will have no choice but to put aside your fear of gossip and will feel proud that he looks at you that way." With that statement of utter audacity, Naruto Uzumaki left, leaving the office shrouded in thick silence. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, unable to tear her gaze away from the door. Her heart was beating faster than usual. "Shizune," the Hokage muttered, taking a deep sip of her sake. "What's wrong with that boy? The idiot left, and a demon came back." Shizune, wiping a drop of sweat from her forehead, could only mutter, "I think she's just matured, Tsunade-sama." In a very intense. That day, Naruto left the Hokage Tower disappointed, but with the ambition firmer than ever to sacrifice his entire life training. Not for Konoha at that moment, but for a singular goal: Daratara Sasuke and conquer the Hokage with his power. The accelerated futon and the vigilance of the loyal shadow. Naruto didn't waste a second. Tsunade's denial, though expected, only fueled the fires of his determination. The challenge wasn't just for Sasuke, but for the Hokage herself. He was going to prove to her, with irrefutable results, that his brazenness was proof of his worth, and that his ambition knew no bounds. The blonde chose a remote training ground near the edge of the Forest of Death, a place vast and desolate enough to hide the din of accelerated training. The Chakra Lab. The next morning, Naruto activated his plan. He sat on the damp ground, concentrating, and used a substantial portion of his chakra. The air was filled with the popped 20, 30 kg Bunshine had appeared instantly, a feat that would have exhausted any other Jonin. The new Naruto didn't use the clones for brute force. He used them as a living laboratory. "Listen," he ordered them in a low, firm voice, "the goal is to merge the Rasengan with my wind affinity. I will be the main body, concentrated in the shape manipulation. 20 of you will focus solely on the nature manipulation, Futon analyze the resonance of the chakra. How can we make the wind rotate with the same centripetal force as the Rasengan without self-destructing the contact point?" The clones nodded. Some dispersed to perform training exercises. Taijutsu basic training to improve the muscle memory and reaction speed that Sasuke had used against him. 10 clones engaged in meditation and rudimentary natural energy harvesting, seeking to understand the feel of chakra in their surroundings, a lesson Jiraiya had put off. The main body, Naruto, focused on the base, holding the Rasengan, at the same time, trying to imbue it with wind chakra. The failures were constant and violent. Small bursts of compressed air erupted in his hand, slightly burning his skin. But each failure was absorbed by a kage Bunshine, and the experience was instantly transferred to his mind. 10 hours a day, without a break. The equivalent of months of training per day. The training ground became a constant whirlwind of sharp air and murmurs of clones. Naruto was paying the price with extreme fatigue, but his intellect was absorbing knowledge at a dizzying speed. His goal: technical domination. On the third day of the Spartan regime, Shizune could resist no longer. The memory of the brash Naruto in the office and his intense gaze on Tsunade's chest had disturbed her. She, the Hokage's right-hand woman, the stoic and professional woman, felt strangely attracted and intrigued by the change in the boy. It wasn't just the boldness, it was the palpable power that now emanated. Using her stealthy tracking skills, Shizune located the training ground. She hid among the dense treetops, using camouflage leaves. What she saw took her breath away, and not because of the massive deployment of clones. Naruto stood in the center of the clearing. His orange shirt, soaked and tattered from the blasts of the futon field, had been discarded. It was polished. Her tan skin glistened with sweat in the morning sun. The 3 years of training with Jiraiya, which at least included intense taijutsu, the survival skills, had dramatically sculpted his body. His shoulders were broader, his back was defined by the tension of exertion, and his abs, until now hidden beneath baggy clothing, were impressively firm. The line of sweat running down his lower back, disappearing beneath his trousers, was a picture of raw masculinity. Shizune blushed violently, her eyes fixed on the sweaty figure. Her breathing quickened. Wow. Naruto has become very big. Strong, he thought, feeling an unwelcome heat rise up his neck. Tall, muscular, and with that look of pure determination on the field. He has the desire of a real man. And then her mind, betraying years of repression, strayed dangerously. She remembered Naruto's audacity in the office and her own momentary fascination with his daring. I wonder if it's just as big. There. Shizune shook her head, the leaves covering her trembling. Shizune. What are you thinking? You're spying on the Hokage's pupil. And you're acting like a pervert yourself. He tried to calm his pulse. He analyzed his training, his mind returning to professionalism. The efficiency of the kage Bunshine, it was amazing. I was learning at an absurd speed. I was assimilating months of chakra theory in hours. Suddenly, a blurry figure materialized right in the tree in front of her. Enjoying the show, Shizune-san? He was one of the kage Bunshine. Shizune jumped, almost falling off the branch. Her heart leapt. He'd detected her. Her new sensory training was working. The clone smiled. That smile was now different, more cunning, more confident and seductive. You're very punctual. I knew Lady Tsunade would send you to see me. But I thought you'd be more discreet. The clone crossed his arms, his pose relaxed, despite the sweat and dirt. Shizune climbed down from the branch, her face flushed red from the embarrassment of being caught. And Naruto? I was just surveying the area. Tsunade-sama ordered me to check the training grounds. And I was watching you train. Of course, training, the clone repeated, his voice low and full of double entendres, his gaze lingering for a second on her nervous eyes. And I suppose you didn't have time to inform the Hokage that I'm breaking orders and risking my health. Or did you, Shizune-san? Shizune stammered. No, not yet. I was just about to leave. I think, given the circumstances, you should know that Lady Tsunade isn't happy. The main Naruto, 50 meters away, dissolved the Rasengan failed and turned to the clone and Shizune, his blue eyes fixed on the assistant with an intensity that made her feel naked despite her clothes. Shizune-san, do you know what my plan is? To surpass Sasuke with the power of my mind, so that Tsunade-sama sees me not as the boy, but as the man who can protect this village. And her. But she's afraid. Afraid of the gossip, afraid that Jiraiya will get angry, and afraid of the intensity I'm showing her. He approached her, his proximity a challenge. The closeness of his sweaty, athletic, bare-chested body was almost unbearable for Shizune. You are the only one who can help me overcome my fear. You are my shadow, your loyalty is absolute. But I know you are also tired of being just my shadow. Naruto lightly touched her arm. His touch was pure fire. Help me, Shizune-san. Help me show you my worth. Be my secret ally. I need information about your chakra, about your jutsus. In return, I promise you something, I will not only defeat Sasuke. I will make you feel so useful, satisfying this mission, you will never again feel like you are in anyone's shadow. Shizune couldn't breathe. The proposal was outrageous, dangerous, and incredibly tempting. He was using his intellect to find her weak spot, her need for recognition, and lacing it with open erotic tension. Help a Jonin disobey the Hokage? Naruto, I can't do that, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Of course you can, he corrected her gently, his voice deep, like a lover. You know I have potential. You know that if I fail, this village falls. It is your duty to protect us all. And if Tsunade-sama can't see that now, you have to be my eyes and my voice. And don't worry about the secret, Shizune-san. I'm very good at keeping secrets, the most burning secrets. The pun was blatant, the look he gave her sent shivers down her spine. Shizune lowered her gaze, unable to meet his. She was on the cusp of being a spy, a traitor, or the facilitator of an emerging genius. He's right. His potential is undeniable. If he trains like this. And, deep down, the voice of her conscience was lost in the memory of his sweaty body and the audacity of his proposal. The adrenaline was a powerful aphrodisiac. I will give him a chance, Shizune said, her voice trembling. I will inform Lady Tsunade that I have found him training with an intensity that surpasses any Jonin, and she deserves a chance. But if she asks me for anything more, anything that jeopardizes my loyalty to her. Naruto smiled, the smile of a victor. My loyalty to the village is absolute. And my loyalty to you, Shizune-san, is that of a man who respects the power you conceal. Hikage Bunshine disappeared. Shizune was left alone, with the smell of earth, sweat, and chakra in the air, and her heart beating like a war drum. His plan was working. Not only was he mastering the futon, but had gained an unexpected ally in the heart of the Hokage administration. The reward of effort and unconscious conquest. Shizune's accelerated confession. The morning after Naruto's challenge, Shizune found herself in the Hokage office, unable to concentrate on the reports. The sight of Naruto's sweaty, athletic body, combined with the boldness of his words, had shattered her professionalism. Tsunade, sensing her apprentice's unusual distraction, stopped her work. What's wrong with you, Shizune? You're as tense as a string. Shamisen. Shizune took a deep breath, fighting for composure. Lady Tsunade, it's about Naruto. Her voice was unusually quick, almost impassioned. I found him. He's training. Intensely. Intensely? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Naruto always trains intensely. With shouting and Kage Bunshine unnecessary, for sure. No, Tsunade-sama. This is different. He's using the clones for theory, for the manipulation of nature. He's sacrificing his body to accelerate his mind. He was so hard-working. The word strenuous came from Shizune's lips with a sweetness and emphasis that didn't befit a mere technical report. Her eyes lit up as she remembered the sweaty figure. Tsunade, a master observer of human emotions, was quick to notice. The tension in the office wasn't just about Naruto, it was about the unusual attraction the boy had awakened in her loyal assistant. The new Naruto, the one who flirted so brazenly, had struck right at the heart of Shizune's repressed singleness. "I see," Tsunade mused, with a subtle, practiced half-smile. "It seems the brat impressed you. Or perhaps intrigued you too much." Shizune blushed to the roots of her hair. "No, Lady Tsunade. I just think he deserves a chance. He's proving that his intellect is as vast as his chakra." Tsunade crossed her arms, her Hokage pose unwavering, but her interest was evident. "Fine, Shizune. If you say so, I'll have to see for myself. Take us tomorrow. We'll see if he trains as hard as you say, and if he deserves the great Jiraiya to be angry with me for betraying him." Jiraiya's mention was merely a formality. Deep down, the Hokage was fascinated by the change in her pupil and, perhaps, by the excitement it had caused in her faithful shadow. The collapse and intimate healing. The next day, both Konoikis they took the path Shizune had discovered. Shizune led the way with a nervous haste. Tsunade, with a calm pace, analyzed the surroundings, detecting the scattered bursts of wind chakra and the signatures of hundreds of clones in the area. When they reached the clearing, the spectacle was undeniable. There stood Naruto. Shirtless, his athletic body covered in sweat and dust, beads of moisture tracing lines over his firm muscles. He was surrounded by a dozen cage bunshine failed, whose chakra dissolved chaotically into the air. The original's body trembled with fatigue. He had reached the stage of absolute exhaustion. He was pushing his body and mind beyond what was humanly possible. Tsunade and Shizune stopped, the sight raw and powerful. The determination on the blonde's face, even on the brink of collapse, was magnetic. They both unconsciously bit their lower lips, a shared reaction to the sight of such a virile and total effort. Right on cue, Naruto's body betrayed him. He fell to his knees first, with a guttural gasp, and then collapsed forward, crashing against the damp earth, motionless. "Naruto!" Shizune shouted, worry erasing her embarrassment. Both Konoikis they ran towards him. "Lady Tsunade!" "He must have collapsed," Shizune said, quickly kneeling on the right side of Naruto's body. "I'll check it out." His voice was filled with an almost feverish enthusiasm. Shizune wasted no time. With the pulse of her medical chakra in her hands, she placed it on Naruto's broad, muscular chest. The sensation of hot, sweaty skin, combined with the power of the underlying chakra, was a shock. She felt the energy stabilize. "Damn brat! He's overstepped his bounds," Tsunade muttered, kneeling at his left side. Her hand hovered over the boy's back, ready to heal him, but she paused, watching Shizune's work. Naruto, feeling the healing chakra in his chest, began to stabilize and slowly opened his blue eyes. The first image he had was the close-up of the attributes of both Konoikis, the faces leaning over him, the proximity and the concern. Shizune, seeing that he opened his eyes, guided his hands dangerously towards the muscular abdomen Naruto's. His touch was professional, but his mind wasn't. Tsunade could see the movement, and noticed how Shizune breathed deeply, closing her eyes for a moment at the contact with her hard abdomen. And then, the limit. Shizune's little finger moved, almost breaking the barrier of professional confidence, towards the Naruto's lower abdomen, right at the edge where his pants began, an area fraught with intimate implications. It seemed like his finger was trying to penetrate beneath the fabric. Naruto woke up completely. "My, what a visitor I have," he said in a voice hoarse with exertion, his gaze moving up from the tension in his abdomen to Tsunade's face, and then to Shizune's full blush. "And taking in both of your attributes. Konoikis. This is a good reward for the effort." Tsunade, who had seen the entire Shizune check-up sequence, couldn't help but chime in. "Shizune," she said with a playful warning tone, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. "Don't you think you're going a little too far?" "Oh, my lady." Shizune almost jumped back, her blush deepening as she was caught in flagrant. "Yes, sorry. I was just worried." Naruto laughed, a deep, satisfying laugh. He sat back, his blue eyes fixed on Tsunade, ignoring Shizune's confusion. "Well, Tsunade-sama?" he asked, his voice regaining its boldness. "You've seen me at my lowest and at my hardest. Do you still doubt that your shameless, perverted pupil deserves to be trained by you?" Tsunade, impressed and slightly aroused by the blatant display of power and the chaos she had wreaked on her assistant, made a decision. "Naruto Uzumaki," Tsunade declared, her voice resonating with authority, "your effort is undeniable. And your audacity, though irritating, is admirable." She stood up, looking off into the woods. "Okay. I'll give you a chance. But I'm not going to be your sensei formal. This is a deal, and I'm going to test your intellect, not just your strength." The impossible condition and the power game. Tsunade turned, her gaze a pure challenge, a test of will. "Have a week," he said. "In that time, you have to achieve the first complete phase of nature manipulation, Futon. I want to see the initial fusion of the wind with the form of the Rasengan. It is something that a Jonin talented would take months, even a year." "If you succeed," Tsunade continued, her voice dropping to a whisper filled with implications, "I will supervise you. I will give you access to the elemental jutsu archives and help you plan your strategy against Sasuke. I will be your shadow advisor." Naruto smiled, adrenaline replacing his fatigue. "Done. 1 week." "But that's not the only condition," the Hokage interrupted, a malicious light flashing in her eyes. She wanted to punish the insolence of their glares, but in a way that kept the game going. If you fail to achieve the initial fusion, your punishment will be personal. You will have to serve as my personal assistant for a whole month. This includes carrying my scrolls, cleaning my office, and giving me shoulder and back massages. At the time I decide." The double meaning was obvious. A physical punishment that would test not only her endurance, but also her composure in the face of forced intimacy. "But," Tsunade finished, her gaze that of a high-stakes gambler. "If you win, the garment will be mine. You will have to accept a dinner alone with me at the restaurant of my choice, and answer all my questions. About your training and, perhaps, about the secrets that Jiraiya taught you about the art of seduction." Naruto burst out laughing, accepting the challenge with a boldness that made him even more attractive. "I like that game, Tsunade-sama. It's a game of risk worthy of the 5th Hokage. And I always play to win." Shizune, who had recovered and was behind Tsunade, covered her face with her hands. The game had just begun, and the prize was erotic tension and absolute power. The renegotiation of power in the forbidden game. The air around Naruto, sitting on the dirty, sweaty floor, radiated a confidence that defied his state of physical collapse. He had gotten the 5th Hokage, the strongest woman in the ninja world, to kneel beside his body, and had seen his assistant's professionalism crumble with a simple touch. The psychological victory was his. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead, watching Tsunade and the nervous Shizune. Tsunade had offered the deal, but he, the new strategist, wasn't going to accept a half-hearted surrender. "It's a worthy offer, Tsunade-sama," Naruto said, his voice now clear and resonant, without a trace of pleading. "But a risky game like this, with such high stakes, must be fair. I need conditions." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, a mixture of irritation and fascination on her face. "Conditions? You're the one begging me for training, brat." Naruto slowly stood up, revealing the full extent of his muscular, sweaty figure, towering over them with an imposing presence. He approached Tsunade, his blue eyes fixed on hers, and his tone took on a gravity and authority that chilled Shizune's blood. "No, Tsunade-sama. I don't beg. I propose a deal. You said it. Mastered the fusion of the Futon with the Rasengan. It is something that a Jonin would take months, even years. I am a prodigy, but not a god." He paused carefully, letting his intensity fill the space. "I want you to give me 2 full weeks instead of 1 week. 14 days of non-stop training. Long enough for my intellect, accelerated by the Kage Bunshine, can assimilate the theory and practice of transformation of nature." Tsunade narrowed her eyes. 2 weeks was still a ridiculously short deadline. "I accept the deadline, it's a worthy challenge. And the second condition?" Naruto didn't take his gaze off Tsunade, but his next sentence was directed at Shizune, who blushed so intensely that she looked like she was about to faint. "And I want that Shizune-san be with me during these 2 weeks." "And Naruto?" "I can't," Shizune stammered. Naruto interrupted her, his tone soft but relentless. with a commanding voice that sought surrender, the same voice of authority that would excite any woman who likes to be submissive. Yes, she can, Shizune-san. And she will. Because if I get sick again, I need someone who won't just heal me. I need someone who will recharge me. Naruto gave her a deep, lecherous smile, the word reload ringing out with a double meaning that was entirely intentional. Someone to prepare me for my training with the Sannin. Her medical chakra heals me quickly, her presence demands discipline, and her healing instincts are necessary for this type of effort. Tsunade understood the intention. The boy was forcing her to submit his assistant to the game, ensuring a constant flow of erotic tension and expert healing. This was a bold chess move. Shizune, he wants you as his full-time personal nurse. It's a strategic use of your medical skills. Are you okay with that? Tsunade asked, fighting back the smile that threatened to appear. Shizune, her mind at war and her body heated, could only nod, completely overwhelmed by the young man's audacity. Why yes, Lady Tsunade. Naruto nodded, his victory over the loyal assistant a sure thing. Now, the final blow to the Hokage. My final conditions are about the prize, Naruto stated, his voice firm, as if he were dictating the peace treaty. If I win, if I manage to combine the Futon with him Rasengan within 2 weeks, you will train main secret. No excuses from Jiraiya, no fear of gossip. You will teach me how to use medical ninjutsu to improve my chakra control and refine my technique. I know that the Sozo say it is based on absolute chakra control. You will teach me that control. Tsunade froze. He didn't just want her supervision, he wanted her secrets. Absolute chakra control, the foundation of his legendary strength. He was asking for the pillars of his power. Understood, Tsunade-sama? Naruto asked, raising his voice to a final command, his eyes searching for submission in hers. Tsunade Senju, the fifth Hokage, the Sannin, felt an emotion she hadn't experienced in decades, a mixture of rage at the audacity and a frisson of excitement at the authority this young genius exuded. He wasn't just a child, he was a leader who demanded obedience. The Hokage smiled, but it was a predatory smile. Done, Naruto Uzumaki. You have 2 weeks. If you win, I'll teach you everything I know about chakra control, no excuses. And you get your dinner. And if I lose, Naruto replied, I'll be your personal assistant, massaging your back and shoulders. For the entire month. A punishment that's actually a reward for me. With the condition sealed, Naruto left, leaving two kunoikis powerful with a racing pulse. Shizune, Tsunade hissed, sitting down heavily. That boy didn't come back from 3 years of training. He came back from 3 years of raising monsters, and you have to stay professional, okay? I don't want you acting like a schoolgirl in front of him. Shizune, touching her lower abdomen where Naruto's finger had almost touched, could only whisper, yes, Lady Tsunade. I will try to remain professional. The challenge wasn't just one of time and technique, it was an intense battle of wills and desire. The first healing and the complicity of the futon. The inevitable checkup. Good, Shizune said, trying to sound professional as she pulled out her medical kit. The air around them still vibrated with the failed bursts of wind chakra. You've demanded that I stay. Now, I'll make sure you don't collapse again. I don't want to have to explain to Lady Tsunade that you killed yourself on the first night. Naruto smiled, a slow, tired, but perfectly calculated smile. I won't kill myself. And I'm glad you're the one overseeing my health, Shizune-san. I feel your chakra has a touch. Very special. The blush returned to Shizune's face. Focus, Shizune. Professionalism. She knelt beside him. The forced intimacy was palpable. Naruto was still shirtless, his sweaty body radiating heat. Shizune slid her hands over Naruto's torso. The sensation of a kunoiki concentrated in her palm, coming into contact with a man's warm skin, was an intimate experience. Her hands moved methodically over his chest, abdomen, and shoulder, checking the integrity of his muscles and the flow of his chakra. The need to heal gave her an excuse to touch the most attractive and firm areas of his body. Your chakra is dangerously dispersed. The nature manipulation, futon, is causing mild cellular damage. You need more control. You're trying to force the wind into the Rasengan instead of merging it. As Shizune spoke in technical jargon, her fingers traced the defined line of Naruto's abdomen. She couldn't help but pause for a moment, feeling the firmness beneath her fingers. The proximity of Naruto's body, the smell of earth and sweat, and the feel of his chakra pulsing beneath her skin were seriously affecting her concentration. Naruto, fully enjoying the sensual healing, closed his eyes and leaned slightly into her touch. "I know, Shizune-san," Naruto whispered, his voice deep. "It's like the rotation of the Rasengan wind/would go in opposite directions, destroying each other. It feels like looking left and right at the same time, like Kakashi-sensei said." Shizune's hand slid down Naruto's sides, where the heat was most intense. Yes. Minato-sensei could never resolve that friction with his own element. That's why the Rasengan was left incomplete. Naruto opened his eyes, his gaze piercing Shizune's, now filled with complicity. "You understand. You're at the Hokage's side, you're mastering the most advanced medical theory. You're my only ally in this crazy plan." His tone became more intimate. "I need to go faster. If not, I'll lose and I'll have to massage Tsunade-sama, which is a very harsh punishment. Or a very big reward, depending on how you look at it." Shizune blushed at the mention of punishment/reward, but didn't back down. Her mind focused on the problem of futon. The forbidden proposal. Futon, it's difficult," Shizune admitted. "The only Jonin in Konoha who masters it well enough to use it in close combat is Asuma Sarutobe. His wind chakra gives him incredible cutting precision with his blades." Naruto took advantage of the opening. He leaned forward, his face inches from Shizune's. His sweaty body came dangerously close to hers. "Asuma Sarutobe? The sensei Shikamaru's," Naruto mused. Then, his gaze deepened. "Shizune-san. You have access to the reports. Could you get me that information? The theory behind the Asuma's wind accuracy? Not jutsus, but the analysis of how he shapes his chakra. That's what I'm missing. If I can understand how he applies that cutting precision in his chakra, perhaps he can fuse it with the rotation of the Rasengan." The request was a clear violation of village rules, and a direct betrayal of Tsunade's trust. "Naruto, no. I can't steal reports from Jonin," Shizune whispered, though her voice lacked conviction. Her hand, still on Naruto's firm abdomen, tensed. The medical chakra it emitted pulsed with her nervousness. Naruto gently stroked the back of Shizune's hand with his thumb, a gesture of absolute shamelessness. "It's not stealing, Shizune-san. It's strategic knowledge transfer. It's for the good of the village. And it's the only way for me to win this bet, and for Tsunade-sama to take me seriously." His voice softened, becoming deeply intimate. "You have already invested your healing touch in my body, Shizune-san. Your loyalty has already been divided, let's be honest. Now, help me win. In return, if I win and Tsunade teaches me medical ninjutsu, we'll be colleagues and I promise that I will be your most dedicated student in all aspects." The promise to be her colleague, to be her devoted student, and the persistent touch on her hand broke Shizune's last barrier. The adrenaline of disobedience and the intensity of the new Naruto took over. Shizune abruptly withdrew her hand, her face a mask of conflict. "I will," he said, his voice barely audible, like a sigh of surrender. "Tomorrow night. At the place where Tauntaun trains. But if Lady Tsunade finds out, we'll be executed." Naruto smiled. A smile of utter triumph. "Relax, Shizune-san. I'm very good at keeping secrets. And you're very good at healing. And with those reports, in 2 weeks, you and I will show Tsunade-sama what a true genius, with the help of such a clever woman, is capable of." That night, Naruto fell asleep extremely tired, but with 2 crucial victories, the renegotiation of time and the winning of Shizune's loyalty and intimacy. Asuma's secret and the fiery accident. The clandestine delivery. 2 days after the renegotiation, the tension between Naruto and Shizune was a thread about to snap. Shizune had moved like a ghost in the Hokage office, her mind in conflict. Her loyalty to Tsunade and the rules of Konoha struggled with the young man's magnetism, which was transforming into something formidable. The meeting place was the small training shed near the Tauntaun pig farm, a discreet place with a smell that scared away curious people. Naruto was already there, sitting on a mat, with his shirt on this time, but with palpable anticipation. Shizune arrived, dressed in her outfit. Kunoichi dark, his face pale, and his eyes large and anxious. He carried a sealing scroll under his arm. "Here it is," Shizune whispered, almost hyperventilating. It's the chakra analysis reports for Jonin, focused on affinity wind. This is strictly confidential. If you catch me, I'll be dishonored, Naruto. Or worse. Naruto took the scroll, feeling the weight of the risk she had taken. He opened it immediately, his concentration soaring. Thank you, Shizune-san. I knew I could trust you. You are an invaluable ally. Naruto analyzed Asuma's chakra signature, his method of infusing wind into his blades to achieve microscopic cutting precision. Naruto's intellect, now unfiltered, processed the information in seconds. Here it is. The key is not just the rotation, but the vibration frequency of the wind chakra. Asuma causes the air to vibrate at a microscopic level, allowing him to cut without resistance. If I manage to make the air of the Rasengan not only spin, but also vibrate at that frequency, the fusion will be stable. It's brilliant. The euphoria of the technical discovery was intense, but Naruto knew that victory was not complete until the complicity with Shizune was sealed. The forbidden contact. Naruto put down the scroll. He stood up and walked over to Shizune, who was frozen in panic and relief. She risked her life for me, Shizune-san, Naruto said, his voice deep and laden with utter intimacy. His hand, large and strong from his relentless training, rose. He gently placed it on Shizune's shoulder. His thumb grazed dangerously along the edge of her breast, a contact that was intentional in its precision. The touch wasn't aggressive, but the affirmation of a man who knows what he wants and accepts it with respect. Shizune felt an electric shock. Her breathing stopped completely. For this display of courage and faith in my potential, Naruto continued, bowing slowly. Naruto placed his lips on Shizune's cheek. It wasn't a quick kiss. It was a kiss prolonged and loaded with intention, his lips lingering on her soft skin, his fingers firming their grip on her shoulder, maintaining intimate contact with her chest. The message was clear: I appreciate your courage, and you are mine in this secret. Shizune closed her eyes, the physical contact overwhelming her. Her mind emptied of everything except the warmth of his lips, the pressure of his hand, and the intense, masculine scent that enveloped her. It was a total surrender to risk and desire. Naruto retreated. Thank you, my ally. Shizune opened her eyes. She was so disoriented, so overwhelmed by emotion and the sudden contact, that her mind disconnected from her body. She tried to take a step back, tripping over an exposed root in the ground. The fiery accident. Instead of falling, Shizune instinctively tried to grab onto the first thing she found. Her hand shot out. He fell clumsily forward, and in the effort to avoid the ground, his hand closed over the Naruto's most intimate part, right in the center of his training pants. The impact knocked her to her knees, prostrate at Naruto's feet, but his unnoticed grip was firm, the contact complete and shocking. The fabric of his pants was the only obstacle to skin-to-skin contact. Shizune let out a strangled gasp. Her face turned dark red, blood pulsing in her temples. She was paralyzed with shame, her hand trapped in a position that screamed depravity, her knee brushing against Naruto's inner thigh. Naruto stood still, staring at the chaos he had created. A slow, deeply malicious smile spread across his face. His body, naturally, reacted to the contact. Wow, Shizune-san, Naruto whispered, his tone filled with amusement and excitement. It seems you're also very hard-working tonight. The double entendre was so bold and direct that Shizune, feeling completely exposed and violated by her own impulses, finally broke the contact. She jumped to her feet, not daring to look Naruto in the eye. I'm sorry. It was an accident, he stammered, his composure shattered. He picked up the empty scroll with trembling hands and hugged it to his chest. Calm down, Shizune-san, Naruto said, his voice now softly commanding. Accidents happen. I won't tell anyone. His gaze fixed on her, with an intensity that promised both the secrecy and the memory of that contact. Now go. And don't worry. With this knowledge, in a week, I will not only win Tsunade-sama's deal. I will win my place Asha's most valuable shinobi, and the only one who knows his true courage. Shizune didn't wait any longer. She ran out of the place, leaving behind the air filled with futone and a scent of adrenaline and desire. Naruto stood alone, touching the part of his pants she'd grabbed. The knowledge of Asuma was in his mind. Shizune's physical touch was etched into his body. 2 weeks, Tsunade-sama, he murmured. And I already got the first part of the prize without your consent. Shizune's secret in the intriguing verification. The shamed confession. Shizune showed up at the Hokage office the next day. She hadn't been able to sleep. Her body still remembered the warmth of Naruto's body and the recklessness of his hand. She moved with an unusual stiffness, her mind screamed with guilt over the stolen information, and her shame over the accident was almost unbearable. Tsunade, watching her sign reports, quickly noticed the anomaly. Her assistant, her shadow of years, was an open book to her. "What the hell is wrong with you, Shizune?" Tsunade asked, dropping her brush. Her tone was a mix of exasperation and genuine concern. "You look like you just saw Orochimaru. You're tense, your cheeks are red, and you've spilled your tea twice on the same scroll. Talk to me." Shizune bit her lip, lowering her gaze and turning her body to the side. She couldn't confess to stealing the files, but the humiliation of the contact was too great to keep inside. "You see, Tsunade-sama," Shizune began, her voice barely a shaky whisper as a blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. "Yesterday, when I was with Naruto, he thanked me for my efforts. I got nervous. And I tripped and fell on him." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, the image already comical. "Clumsy. And that's all? You're laughing at a simple stumble?" "No, Lady Tsunade. It's just that unfortunately. Susu Tsunade-sama." Her mentor's name caught in her throat. The Sanin's patience ran out. The woman who had bravely faced war and death screamed. "Tsunade, what, Shizune? Speak already, woman." Shizune flinched, her eyes fixed on the wooden floor. I grabbed onto him for support. It was a reflex. But it was a firm grip. And I grabbed on the wrong way. The words, once spoken, sparked an immediate realization. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, then opened them wide as the meaning sank in. Shizune had accidentally groped Naruto's crotch. "I put my hand around it, Tsunade-sama," Shizune confessed in a final gasp. A silence fell over the office. Then, Tsunade did something Shizune hadn't expected. The Hokage laughed. A loud, hoarse, uninhibited laugh. "Oh, Shizune. You're such a rascal," Tsunade exclaimed, slamming her open palm against her desk. "So many years of repression, and look at you. Finally, that brat's charm broke your armor. And by accident." "You bet, Tsunade-sama. I didn't mean to. It was unintentional, I swear," Shizune insisted, on the verge of tears. Tsunade wiped away a tear of laughter and adopted a more inquisitive pose, curiosity overcoming humor. She leaned across the desk, her voice dropping to an intimate, playful tone. "So, Shizune," he asked, his eyes flashing with mischief. "After that firm grip, how's the brat? Has he grown? Does he have anything worthy of a prodigy, or not?" Shizune, her mind blank, unable to lie about the tactile sensation, stammered out the only physical description that came to mind, desperately trying to maintain a professional cool. It felt like, "Grab a scroll," she stammered, the phrase so absurd and revealing that they both fell silent. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, her face showing genuine fascination. "Unpergamino, eh?" Tsunade's mind, that of a woman who had known Minato, Jiraiya, and seen countless ninjas, began to fantasize. She pictured the scene, Naruto's sweaty, muscular body, the stumbling assistant, and the cloth-wrapped scroll. A scroll, Tsunade smiled. A solid, tightly rolled, thick scroll, with a promise of powerful jutsus. Something that requires two hands to unroll. The image, born of Shizune's embarrassment, was deeply intriguing. "It seems Jiraiya took his time teaching the boy the practical anatomy," Tsunade muttered, more to herself. "If the effort he puts into his training futoni's comparable to his scroll, then Minato would be proud." Tsunade regained her composure and slammed the desk. "Listen to me, Shizune. This stays between us. And I'm not going to let you get distracted anymore with Naruto's attributes. If he wins, I'll have my own inspection at that dinner. Now, go wash your face and behave." Shizune, grateful for the end of the interrogation, quickly left. Tsunade was left alone, with an enigmatic smile. Shizune's report, both technical, the intense training, and accidental, the scroll, had given her the proof she needed. The boy wasn't just training, but maturing in an explosive and fascinating way. The unexpected breakthrough and the silent audacity. The new ally's wardrobe. 5 days had passed since the start of training and 2 days since the scroll accident. At the Hokage office, Shizune maintained a forced professionalism, but her wardrobe had undergone a subtle, almost unconscious transformation. Her kimono kunoichi, traditionally buttoned up to the neck, was now worn slightly more open, exposing the base of her cleavage. The sleeves, usually long and loose, seemed to have been shortened or rolled up a few times, revealing more of her toned arms. She tried to deny it, telling herself it was because of the unusual warmth of spring. But deep down, she knew the change was an involuntary response to the new Naruto. She felt incredibly drawn to him, as if his intensity had broken an emotional seal she'd held back for years. In her mind, the image of the scroll repeated itself, merging with the memory of the kiss on her cheek and the boldness of her hand. Her loyalty to Tsunade remained, but Naruto's challenge had introduced a new and dangerous emotion: desire. Accelerated progress. At the training camp, Naruto was progressing at a prodigious speed. Shizune's information about the vibration frequency Asuma's wind chakra was the missing piece. Using their cage bunshine like a supercomputer, Naruto spent days isolating and replicating that vibration frequency, feeling how the wind chakra, instead of repelling itself against the Rasengan, began to dance with him. The sound of the glitches was no longer a chaotic explosion, but a chirp, sharp, controlled, and contained. I was on the verge of achieving stability. By the end of the 5th day, Naruto was exhausted. He had been forcing rotation and vibration simultaneously for 10 hours straight. The young man collapsed to the ground, falling backward and gasping for air. He looked up at the orange sunset sky, his chest rising and falling with a desperate rhythm. The cheeky touch and the reaction. Shizune, who had been watching him from a distance, rushed toward him with an urgency that wasn't merely medical. Upon arriving, she knelt over him, her proximity intimate. With the urgency of healing, Shizune bowed deeply, giving Naruto a privileged view of her generous front attributes. The new cut of her outfit did nothing to hide the view. Naruto, though fatigued, was not blind. His sight was a reward for his efforts. Shizune concentrated, placing her hands on Naruto's chest to send healing chakra. She felt the muscle power beneath her palms. "You're so close, Naruto," Shizune whispered, trying to ignore the sight of her own cleavage from Naruto's perspective. "Your chakra is responding. Another day or two, and you'll have it." Naruto felt Shizune's healing touch and closeness. His body steadied, but his heart was beating for other reasons. With renewed energy, he raised his large, strong hand. "All this progress is thanks to you, Shizune," Naruto said, his voice filled with sincere gratitude and strategic audacity. "For the information. Thank you. I really don't know how to thank you." Naruto placed his hand on Shizune's shoulder, and then, with the precision of a shinobi, let his thumb lightly brush the edge of her breast, right where the fabric dipped into her cleavage. The touch was fleeting, but charged with intent, an affirmation of the growing intimacy between them. Shizune flinched, the contact surprising her in her concentration. She tried to pull away, but Naruto's hand held her with a firmness that promised more. The tension was broken. Shizune, in a moment of uncontrolled impulsiveness and unconscious act, or perhaps the culmination of repressed desire, she slid her hand over Naruto's waist. Not to heal. And then, almost suicidally for her reputation, two of his fingers slipped under his training pants Naruto's, right on the seam of her hip, seeking a forbidden contact, a more intimate verification of that scroll that her mind could not forget. The contact was quick, fleeting, but complete. The sensation of skin touching skin, the warmth and the promise of what lay beneath, was a shock. Naruto didn't move. He just let out a hoarse noise, a deep, gravelly exhalation, a physical, uncontrollable response to Shizune's audacity. The sound was not of pain, but of deep and intense excavation. That sound was what broke Shizune's trance. She stopped in her tracks, her eyes widening in utter horror. The fear of being discovered and the magnitude of her own action hit her hard. He drew back his fingers as if they had touched fire, his heart pounding against his ribcage with the fury of a war drum. I'm sorry. I was checking your hip." Shizune stuttered out the most pathetic excuse, knowing that Naruto had perfectly understood her intention. "Naruto, still panting from the exertion and now from Shizune's audacity, just smiled slowly, the fire in his blue eyes brighter than ever. "Calm down, Shizune-san. Your diagnosis is very accurate," he whispered, his voice laden with double entendres, his body now completely aroused by the interaction. "It seems the hip is very strong." Shizune stood up, not daring to look at him again. She'd crossed a line, and they both knew it. The complicity and tension had turned into a real fire, sparked by the curiosity and audacity of a man who didn't ask, but incited. The wind spear and revealed admiration. The culmination of theory. The seventh day had dawned, exactly halfway through the deadline Naruto had extorted from Tsunade. The intimate contact of the previous night, rather than distracting Naruto, had acted as psychic fuel. The adrenaline rush of risk and the validation of his manhood channeled directly into his chakra concentration. Naruto stood in the center of the clearing, surrounded by 10 kage bunshine. The theory of the vibration frequency asumas was completely assimilated in his mind. Now, it was just a matter of executing the shape transformation and the transformation of nature simultaneously, a concept that had been impossible for his father, Minato. Naruto's main body began to revolve the chakra in his right palm, creating the Rasengan familiar. Instead of the chaotic sphere of the early days, this was perfectly stable. Its cage bunshine they surrounded it, channeling wind chakra at the point of contact, concentrating the element on the surface of the rotation. The sound changed. The chirp sharp became a constant, vibrant whistling sound, like that of an engine at full power. Naruto, his eyes closed, was not satisfied with the spherical shape. If Sasuke's goal was murder, precision and their etch were vital. Channeling the idea of the Asuma's chakra blade, forced the shape transformation of the Rasengan. The rotating sphere stretched. The wind chakra and the rotation of the Rasengan were emerged not into one disc, as would be the Rasen Shuriken, but in elongated and sharp shape. The tip became transparent due to the density of the wind. The body pulsated with the swirling energy. Naruto opened his eyes, his face tense with exertion. In his right hand, he held a manifestation of unprecedented power, a 2-meter-long chakra spear, formed entirely by the wind release, Rasengan. The Futon Rasengan, chakra spear, Rasen Sagai. It was a reality. The technique was a drilling and cutting lance, which combined destructive rotation with the penetration of the wind. El shocked to Shizune. Shizune, who had arrived at the training ground in her discreetly revealing attire, stopped in her tracks. She was 100 meters away, but the chakra pressure was unmistakable. She let out a gasp, her hand instinctively coming up to cover her mouth. The sight was hypnotic. Naruto had not only achieved the fusion Tsunade demanded, he had reimagined and surpassed. "Impossible," Shizune whispered, her large eyes fixed on the chakra spear. She knew the theory. She knew that the shape transformation elemental of a jutsu rank in 7 days was something reserved only for geniuses of legend, or those with overwhelming chakra reserves. Or both, but what attracted her most was the image of powered hat Naruto projected. The muscular body, the sweat, the intensity of his focus, and now, the manifestation of that power in a 2-meter chakra spear, a symbol of penetration and dominance. The chakra spear was not just a jutsu, was the extension of his will. Shizune's heart raced, and this time, the blush wasn't just embarrassment, it was pure admiration and desire. The man she had touched was a terrifying genius, and the idea of being his secret ally excited her beyond any professional limits. "He's not just great. He's a prodigy. And only I, know where he got the information that made it possible," Shizune thought. The complicity made her feel powerful and desired in equal parts. Naruto, with a cry of relief and triumph, threw the chakra spear at the trunk of a 100-year-old tree. The jutsu didn't explode, nor did it cut the surface. It sank into the trunk, piercing it cleanly from side to side, leaving a perfectly cylindrical hole, while the surrounding wood was crushed by the internal rotation. A clean sound-off swoosh was the only thing left. Naruto dissolved the jutsu with a deep sigh of relief, falling to his knees. Shizune, forgetting all discretion, ran toward him. Not with medical urgency, but with the impulse of a woman who wants to celebrate a victory. "You did it, Naruto," Shizune exclaimed, her voice shaking with emotion. "On day 7. It's absolute genius. The chakra spear. It's more than enough to prove to Lady Tsunade that you've won." Naruto looked up at her. His body was at its limit, but victory was an elixir. "I have the proof, Shizune-san. I won. And now, the prize." He looked her up and down, his eyes lingering appreciatively on her slightly open neckline, confirming that he had noticed the subtle but revealing improvement in her wardrobe. "Tell Tsunade-sama that I am waiting for her. And tell her that I am eager to discuss the Jiraiya's seduction techniques during dinner. And what? Bring your best sake." Naruto smiled, the smile of a victor and a hunter. Shizune, unable to do anything but nod, realized that her game, her secret, was now about to be exposed to the woman she feared most. And, strangely, that idea excited her. The hero's fainting and the forbidden reward. The collapse in the secret refuge. Naruto's cry of triumph died away as did his chakra. The price of victory, of having achieved a feat of level Jonin in just 7 days, her body and mind were completely exhausted. Her smile didn't disappear, but her eyes closed, and she fell backward. Shizune, who was only a few meters away, reacted with lightning speed. She launched herself forward and managed to break her fall. If not for her intervention, Naruto would have brutally hit his head. "Naruto! You damn idiot! Always pushing him to the limit," Shizune hissed, her concern genuine, though her tone was one of affectionate scolding. Shizune dragged Naruto's heavy, muscular body to a small wooden hut that served as a temporary storage and infirmary next to the training grounds. She carefully placed him on a crude stretcher or camp bed. With his medical training, he quickly wet a handkerchief and placed it on his forehead. He applied his healing chakra for 10 minutes, focusing on replenishing his core chakra reserves and stabilizing cellular fatigue. Slowly, Naruto regained consciousness. "Ugh! Shizune-san," he said hoarsely, feeling the breeze of the air on his bare chest. Feeling her hands on his abdomen and looking at Shizune's feminine attributes leaning over him, Naruto's body heated up. Futon Rasengan, it had cost him his conscience, but his desire was intact. Naruto's pants, baggy from his fainting spell, revealed the extent of his awakening. The scroll Shizune had clutched so firmly 2 days earlier was stretched thin against the fabric, almost reaching her knee, a visible manifestation of her arousal. Shizune noticed the bump. Her face flushed, but this time, she didn't retreat. The consummation of tension. An idea, born of repressed desire and the awareness that this was probably her last day alone with Naruto, invaded her. He knew that by notifying Tsunade of the success, the Hokage would be his new training partner and Shizune's inspection would end. If he wanted to reclaim this complicity in the physical realm, it was now. Driven by a quiet, desperate courage, Shizune acted. She slipped her fingers inside Naruto's pants. First 1, then 2, then 3. The contact made her gasp. Then, with a final boldness, she dared. She slipped her whole hand inside, firmly grasping his favorite scroll. Naruto let out a strangled gasp. "Shizune." She said nothing. She couldn't. Her voice was choked with a mixture of fear, shame, and desire. She simply moved her hand gracefully, applying the same sensitivity she used with her healing chakra, but with a purely erotic intent. Naruto nodded, his voice strained. "Ah. Yes, Shizune. You know this will be our last day alone together, right?" She just nodded, moving her hand more vigorously, her breathing becoming more labored. "Relieve me of this tension, Shizune," Naruto pleaded, in a tone that was both a plea and a command. Shizune stood up from the stretcher. In one swift motion, she lifted her kimono. Naruto only had a 2-second view of her thighs and anatomy, a sight that left him fascinated and breathless. Then, she carefully sat down on his body, centering the base of her wet kimono on the scroll from Naruto. "Oh." Naruto nodded, the sensation a mix of pleasure and the promise of the forbidden. Shizune, with her eyes closed, began to move gracefully, swaying in different directions. It was a kunoichi shy, but in this act, she was determined. She didn't say a single word, only guttural noises came from her. And her breathing became loud and rapid. Minutes passed, and Shizune picked up the pace, bouncing slightly on top of him, giving herself over to the sensation completely. Naruto didn't have to do anything. He was stretched out on the table, enjoying the feeling of her body touching him, the weight of his, and the visual spectacle of her kunoichi staff releasing all their repression. Finally, Naruto could hold back no longer. With a hoarse, powerful cry, released its explosion, feeling the intense heat being released inside Shizune's kimono. "Yes," Naruto said, his voice hoarse with pleasure. Shizune, with a final gasp, stopped. She stood up, trembling with release. Slowly, she straightened her clothes with trembling hands. She gave the base of Naruto's scroll one last caress, the touch now tender and completely complicit. "I will let Lady Tsunade know of your achievement," Shizune whispered, her voice low and full of unspoken truth. "You are great. In every way." And with that, Shizune left, leaving Naruto on the stretcher, exhausted, victorious, and with a burning secret. Chakra spear, Futon Rasengan had been created, and the prohibited complicity with Shizune was sealed. Shizune's peace and the Hokage's suspicion. The report and the suspicion. Shizune returned to the Hokage office in the early afternoon, the sun casting long shadows across Konoha. She had her victory report with her, but her mood was radically different from the morning. There was no longer a blush of shame. Instead, there was a strange serenity bordering on euphoria. Her movements were more fluid, her voice was low and calm, and her eyes, though still large, shone with a newfound peace. The release of years of tension and desire in the cabin had had a cathartic effect. She had become, for a moment, the bold lover she had always denied being. Tsunade, sitting at her desk, signing a pile of documents, looked up and immediately noticed the change. "Shizune," Tsunade began, her voice slow and laced with insight. "Your posture. The way you breathe. It's that of a woman who just came from an extremely stressful mission, but successful." "What happened? Did the brat finally give you a hard time and you left him in the forest of death?" Shizune approached the desk, her face stoic, but her serenity palpable. "No, Lady Tsunade. I've come to deliver my report. Naruto Uzumaki has won the bet." Tsunade dropped her brush, a dull sound echoing in the silence. "Won? On the 7th day? And why are you telling me this with such unusual calm? Where's the panic, the shame? Were you brainwashed by a genjutsu?" Naruto achieved the fusion of form transformation with nature transformation. He created a technique, a 2-meter-long chakra spear which combines the rotation of the Rasengan with the cutting capacity of the Futon. It's an A-rag technique and meets all the conditions you set, Lady Tsunade. Its ingenuity is undeniable. It's waiting for us at Training Ground 4 for the demonstration. Tsunade crossed her arms, ignoring the report about the jutsu for a moment. His gaze, piercing and accusing, fixed on Shizune. "Don't talk to me about a jutsu, Shizune. Tell me about how 2 days ago, you almost confessed to an accidental sexual assault. Today, you walk with the peace of a newlywed. What the hell happened in that cabin or at that training camp that gave you this serenity?" Tsunade leaned in, her tone lower and more dangerous. "It seems the brat has finally achieved his goal. He has seduced you. Or has he subdued you, Shizune? Has he convinced you that a scroll is worth more than your 20 years of loyalty?" Shizune, though nervous about the confrontation, stood her ground. The release of tension had given her unexpected strength. Confessing the truth, however, would destroy her. She had to lie, and lie with conviction. "Lady Tsunade, I maintain my professionalism," Shizune lied, but with newfound confidence. Naruto was on the verge of collapsing after creating the jutsu. "I attended to him medically. The serenity he perceives is their relief to know that we made it. He is the hope of the village. Watching him overcome a barrier that even a fourth couldn't, I felt a deep peace. I've done my duty, and I did it alone. I'm no longer in his shadow on this mission." Shizune's lie was almost perfect. She had taken the truth, Naruto's success, and turned it into a noble justification for her serenity, hitting Tsunade's nerves the fate of the village and the recognition of Shizune's own worth. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. She knew Shizune was lying. Her reading of body language was almost impeccable. There had been something more intimate, more liberating. She could smell the faint, almost imperceptible scent of consummation in the air around her assistant. "I see," Tsunade said, leaning back in her chair. "So peace comes from knowing your burden is lighter. Or perhaps, your body feels lighter too." The implication was clear. "My body is ready to continue working, Lady Tsunade," Shizune replied, without blinking. The Hokage smiled, a predatory smile. "Good, Shizune. Your new trust, it's intriguing. We'll see if you keep it after dinner. The brat has won. I'll have to keep my end of the deal. Get the clothes ready. And call Naruto for training, Lady Tsunade? No, Tsunade replied in a deep voice. For Thessania. And not for tonight. But for tomorrow. I need a day to prepare. And for you, Shizune, your punishment for your suspicious behavior and your new unserenity will be double. Shizune felt a chill. Punishment, Lady Tsunade? Yes. You'll stay in the office, Shizune. You won't be going to dinner. You'll stay here all night awake, checking each of my documents. And when I return from my inspection with Naruto, you will be the first to receive my detailed report. I want to see if that piece can withstand what I'm going to tell you. Tsunade didn't just punish her, she tortured her, forcing her to wait and relive, through her words, the intimacy she herself had forced in the cabin. The long night of waiting and Shizune's torment. The beginning of punishment. Shizune, though relieved not to have to face Naruto at dinner, was terrified by Tsunade's punishment. The Hokage had forced her to stay in the office, sorting through bureaucracy, while she enjoyed the reward with the object of her desire. At 7 in the evening, Shizune saw Tsunade leave. The Hokage had dressed in a kimono of a darker and more elegant color than usual, and his expression was a mixture of resentment at having lost the bet and palpable excitement at the prospect of his pupil's inspection. Remember, Shizune, Tsunade had told her with a mischievous smile, don't fall asleep. And stay ready. I'll tell you all. The door closed, leaving Shizune alone in the vast Hokage office, lit only by the light of a desk lamp. The torment of imagination. Shizune tried to concentrate on the mission planning scrolls, but her mind betrayed her every moment. Every time her hand touched a rolled-up document, the memory of the parchment Naruto assaulted her. The common serenity he had displayed before Tsunade vanished. Now, his mind was a battlefield of desire and guilt. He'll tell her about the kiss. About the audacity of the grab. Will he tell her that I went looking for him? No, he won't. He's a shinobi. Secrets are power. But the real torment wasn't his own actions, it was imagining Tsunade's. He leaned back in Tsunade's chair for a moment, closing his eyes. His mind, with cruel clarity, began to paint the dinner scene. The vision began with Tsunade and Naruto in an intimate restaurant, the lighting low. Tsunade had probably started the technical interrogation about the futon, but Naruto, with his newfound impudence, had diverted the conversation to personal matters, just as he had done with her. Shizune imagined Tsunade laughing, drinking sake, losing her composure at Naruto's bold charm. And then, the worst image, Naruto, emboldened by alcohol and the game of seduction, asking about the art of anatomy and the Hokage, as an answer, complying with the inspection hat Naruto had demanded. Shizune's imagination detailed every touch, every intimate gesture between her mentor and the young man who had freed her. Shizune jumped up, breathing heavily. Feeling Tsunade's seat and the pillow Naruto might have been lying on at that moment was too much. Enough, she whispered to herself in a desperate whisper. Focus on the work. He forced himself to review a report on the weapons stockpile. But the sound of the pen on the paper sounded like Tsunade's laughter. The silence of the night, like Naruto's labored breathing. That peace. That stupid serenity cost me the right to be there. I freed him, and now she reaps the reward. I did the dirty work, and she gets dinner. And the scroll. Frustration and desire formed a physical knot in her stomach. She leaned back on the desk, feeling the urge to run, to go to the restaurant and wreck the scene. But the discipline of years kept her in place. The dawn and the return. Time dragged on, each hour a torture. Finally, the sun began to peek over the horizon. Shizune, her eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep, sat at the desk, surrounded by unfinished scrolls. She was exhausted, but her body was on high alert. Just as the sun hit the windows of the office, the door opened. Tsunade entered. Her kimono he was slightly wrinkled, and his usually immaculate hair was a little disheveled. His cheeks were flushed, and his eyes, though they showed signs of sake consumption, had a gleam of deep satisfaction and astonishment. She didn't look drunk, she looked conquered, but fully enjoying it. Tsunade looked at Shizune, sitting among the chaos of scrolls, her eyes wide with panic. Good morning, Shizune, Tsunade said, her voice low and full of implication. She walked straight to her chair and slumped down. Shizune couldn't speak. She could only wait. Tsunade looked at her directly. "You've failed me in vigilance, Shizune. You haven't even finished half of the documents. But you've served your punishment of waiting." The Hokage smiled, the smile of a victorious and experienced woman. "The brat is a demon, Shizune. His intellect is superior. But his audacity is his true power." Tsunade took a deep breath, savoring the moment. "Do you want to know about dinner, Shizune? Do you want to know if the scroll is worthy of a prodigy?" Shizune, her voice trembling with accumulated tension, could only murmur, "Tell me, Lady Tsunade. Tell me." All. The stage was perfectly set for Tsunade's report, the Hokage's final revenge, and the indirect confrontation between the two women over the same man. The Hokage's detailed report. Flashback. The beginning of the report. Tsunade sat in her Hokage chair at dawn, her face flushed and her smile odd. Shizune, standing in front of her, could barely breathe, waiting for the promised report. "Sit down, Shizune. This is going to be long. And trust me, you deserve it for that pesky piece," Tsunade said, her voice thick with excitement and sarcasm. Tsunade leaned back, closed her eyes for a moment, and began her story, transporting Shizune back to the previous afternoon. Flashback. The proving grounds, the chakra trial. "I went to training camp 4. Naruto was waiting for me in the center, with that stupid, cheeky grin. He was fully recovered. He looked bigger, more imposing." Tsunade paused to drink water. Shizune nodded, her face pale. "I demanded to see him. I wanted him to fail. I crossed my arms and said, 'Show me your chakra spear, brat. And do it against the S-class retaining wall.' It was a solid rock, reinforced with earth chakra. He had put it there on purpose so that it would fail." Naruto didn't even use a clone. He raised his hand, and within 2 seconds, chakra began to hiss. It was a different sound. Shizune thought it was the rotation of the Rasengan combined with the cutting frequency. As if 100 blades of futonware spinning together. Tsunade bit her lip, reliving the shock. And then, the shape. It wasn't a sphere. It was an elongated, shiny, transparent cone, 2 meters long. He named it Wind Release, Rasen Sagai, Wind Spiral Barrier Spear. Shizune felt a chill. "I gave him the key. I made it possible." He threw it. The impact wasn't an explosion. It was a Hore penetration. The jutsu completely pierced through the S-class retaining wall. The rock wasn't pulverized, Shizune. It was perforated as if it were hot butter. Neither Jiraiya nor the fourth achieved that fusion. "He's a genius, Shizune. He's a prodigy. And he did it in 7 days." Tsunade smiled. "I lost the bet. But the village won a weapon. And I got dinner." Flashback. The restaurant, the domination game. "Dinner was at the best steak restaurant. I dressed in something less than Hokage-like. I wanted to see him fail socially. But he, dressed simply, had a presence that dominated the place. I started questioning him about Jiraiya. About how he got the information, about his training methods, trying to unnerve him. But he didn't fall for it. He looked at me with that cheeky blue smile and said, 'Naruto, voice, Tsunade-sama, you lost. The prize is dinner and a conversation about the art of seduction. But that doesn't mean I have to answer your questions. Now, my question. Let's talk about your greatest weakness. Your fear of needles, Tsunade-sama. How can the strongest shinobi in the world fear something so small?' Shizune's eyes widened in shock. It was a frontal attack on Tsunade's only public vulnerability. I froze. He took control of the conversation. He made me drink more sake. And instead of talking about Jiraiya, he made me talk about my grandfather, about Dan, about my life as Hokage. He made me feel Vista. Not as a figure, but as a tired woman." Tsunade approached Shizune. And then, the final blow. He asked me about my knowledge of medical ninjutsu. He asked me about the Sozo Seisei. "Naruto, voice, you gained absolute chakra control through medicine. I want that control, Tsunade-sama. And I want my first scroll now. Don't wait until tomorrow. Training begins tonight. You lost. Obey your winner." Flashback. The intimate approach, the declaration of intent. Tsunade took a deep breath, her expression now one of intensity that brought Shizune to her knees. "I couldn't refuse, Shizune. His authority was absolute. We returned to the office. I took out the basic medical ninjutsu scroll. He told me that the first step to healing eyes contact, the trust and the diagnosis. Tsunade stood up, walking slowly. Naruto came up to me, Shizune. And he put his hand on my shoulder, pretending he had a muscle ache from stress. He applied a little chakra. It wasn't healing, it was a powerful caress. It made me feel the difference between your professional touch and his, virile. Then he asked me what hurt the most. I told him my shoulders, because of the bureaucracy. And he said no. That what hurt him the most was my lonely heart, and that he planned to cure that. Tsunade leaned across the desk. Her voice was a whisper. He looked at me. He leaned down, and kissed me. On the lips, Shizune. A kiss. Of ownership. A kiss that said to me I am your prize, and I will claim you. Shizune brought her hand to her mouth, her eyes filling with tears of jealousy and excitement. But nothing else happened, Shizune, Tsunade concluded, her voice returning to reality. I called it a night. The statements of intent were clear. He won. He kissed me. He dominated me. And he took the scroll. There was no parchment that night. But there will be. Tsunade sat back down. Now, Shizune. Do you see why you have that piece? He is a force of nature. And he has claimed both of us one way or another. Now, clean up this mess, and call that little demon. Medical ninjutsu training starts in an hour. And I'll be your. Although he believes it is the other way around. Shizune stood up, her serenity replaced by a new and intense emotion, the certainty that her secret with Naruto was only the beginning of a much bigger and more dangerous game, with Tsunade as her rival and accomplice. The interruption of fate and the war cry. The interrupted dawn. The Hokage's office was charged with the tension of an intimate confession and the smoke of a Sanin's defeat. Tsunade, with the glow of the previous night in her eyes, had just finished her story, her mature face radiating with the burning desire to approach a young shinobi who had won her over with cunning and audacity. Shizune, standing before her, her face pale, struggled to hide the toxic mix of jealousy and lust that the image of Naruto kissing her teacher provoked in her. Her secret now felt heavier. She had been the first to taste the forbidden fruit. Just at that moment of emotional climax, the office door opened with a bang. Shikamaru Nara, with a swiftness and seriousness that rarely left his face, entered the room. His usual listlessness had been replaced by marked concern. "Tsunade-sama," Shikamaru said, his voice urgent and deep. "The intelligence reports just came in." The atmosphere changed suddenly. The lust and jealousy dissipated, replaced by the cold duty of the fifth Hokage. "Speak, Shikamaru," Tsunade ordered, her voice instantly regaining its leader-like tone, though her fist clenched on the desk. "Akatsuki is attacking near the Land of Waves," Shikamaru reported. "Our spies report the confirmed presence of two high-level members Datara, who recently captured the Kazekage, and Kisameho Shigaki." Shikamaru quickly unfolded a map. The area is a wealthy coastal city, known for smuggling and, more importantly, for being the place where several of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. "Your interests?" Tsunade asked, frowning. "Double, Hokage-sama. They are behind the economic resources of the city, and they are also looking for the Sword's legendary. It seems Akatsuki wants to expand its arsenal." Tsunade hit the desk with a dull, powerful thud. "Understood, Shikamaru. This is an A-rank mission, potentially an S-rank. I'll dispatch a team immediately to assess the situation and apprehend those renegades." Shikamaru nodded and retreated just as quickly. The frustrated desire in the new destiny. The moment the door closed, the Hokage's facade cracked. The frustration was too great. "Curse!" Tsunade shouted, slamming her closed fist on the desk so hard that the wood creaked under the impact, a declaration of rage and an intimate lament. Right now that I had the chance to get a close look at that irresistible brat and start his secret training. He stood up, his chest heaving with frustration. The medical ninjutsu training and the seduction game would have to wait. "The village comes first," Tsunade snarled. She turned to Shizune, who was now pale not only from jealousy, but from fear of the impending mission. "Shizune," Tsunade ordered, her tone now a cold, hard war command. "Gather the team Kakashi. They have a new mission." The assault team and the conqueror's wink. The composition of the emergency team. Tsunade, her anger suppressed by the interruption of her reward, composed herself and began dictating orders with icy precision. Shizune. Contact Kakashi Hitake, Sakura Haruno, and Sai. They'll be the main fighting force. But given the Akatsuki's presence, we need strategy and planning. Tsunade tapped her finger on the desk, pointing at the door Shikamaru had just exited. Shikamaru, wait in the briefing room. You'll be the strategist, the brains of the team. Your mission is to plan the deployment, plot the safest route, and anticipate the movements of those two S-class criminals. Finally, Tsunade looked at Naruto's mission scroll. And of course, Tsunade declared, her voice softening slightly with the note of pride despite her frustration, Naruto Uzumaki will be the field leader. We need his offensive power and his recent technical development. This mission will be the ultimate test of your Futen Rasengan. Shikamaru returned to the office to receive the details, while Shizune sent the summoning messages to the other members. The team would ultimately consist of Naruto, field and assault leader, Kakashi, supervision and combat, Sai, tracking and support, Sakura, medic, and Shikamaru, strategy and logistics support. The last confrontation and the bold challenge. In less than an hour, Naruto, already dressed in his mission outfit and ready to go, entered the Hokage office. He was radiant, the energy of Thefuten Rasengan and the recent consummation with Shizune made him seem invincible. Naruto wasted no time. He stood in front of Tsunade and Shikamaru, deliberately ignoring the others for a moment. "Tsunade-sama," Naruto said, his voice deep. "Shikamaru has explained the mission to me. Kisame and Datara. It's a worthy challenge. But I want you to understand something." Naruto bowed, using the same authoritative tone that had worked at dinner. "I'll be back in a week. With victory. And when I step foot in Konoha again, you will have no excuses. Secret training and dinner will resume. You owe me a lesson in medical ninjutsu and an intimate conversation. Be ready, Tsunade-sama. Don't let me down." The audacity of the demand made Tsunade blush deeply. Her mouth fell open, but before she could retort, Naruto turned his attention to Shizune. "Shizune-san," Naruto said, his tone now soft, filled with a complicity that only the two of them understood. "Keep an eye on the Hokage for me. Make sure she doesn't evade her promise. And thank you for your assistance in the field." It was stimulating. The double entendre, thrown in the presence of the Hokage and Shikamaru, made Shizune's cheeks flush with a sudden, overwhelming heat. The silent wink in the shared desire. With the mission assigned and the challenge issued, Naruto took his leave. He stopped at the doorway and turned to face the two most powerful women in Konoha, both emotionally devastated by his presence. Naruto, with that predatory smile that had dominated his last days, dedicated Daikiki and perfectly timed wink. The wink was a coded message: "I love you both. I'm the prize. And no one else knows what I know." Tsunade. She felt her insides churn. Her face turned bright red, a mixture of rage at the public mockery and uncontrollable excitement at the promise of his imminent return. "That brat. He's driving me crazy." Shizune. He brought his hands to his face. His cheeks turned crimson. The wink was a reminder of the intimacy in the hut, of his betrayal of Tsunade, and of the intense lust he now secretly shared with the young shinobi. Shikamaru, the strategist, who had been a few meters away, caught the unusual color change in both Kunoikas. What a bummer. The mission is already complicated, and now it seems Naruto Baka is in the middle of an S-class romantic conflict with the Hokage. And her assistant. Trouble, trouble, trouble. Naruto smiled one last time at the success of his maneuver and disappeared through the door, heading towards the mission. Wind release, Rasen Sagai was ready, and the dominance game in Konoha had been put on hold. The leader on the march in the shadow of obsession. The march to the coast, the new Naruto. Team Kakashi, expanded with Shikamaru, advanced through the forests of the fire border, heading for the land of waves. Speed was crucial. At the head of the team, leaping through the treetops, was Naruto. He was no longer the impetuous ninja who ran blindly, his leadership was palpable and his aura had changed. His body, chiseled by training futone and charged with the adrenaline of his secret conquests, he radiated a silent confidence. Kakashi Hitake, watching him from behind, could not help but be surprised. It's not just strength. It's his focus. It's Minato-sensei's gaze, but with the cunning of a demon. The journey with Jiraiya gave him the base power, but something in this last week has refined it into a weapon. Kakashi noticed how Naruto adjusted his pace, consulted Shikamaru's maps, and made tactical decisions without a single hesitation, something new for him. Sakura Haruno, who was jumping near him, felt this new energy more personally. Naruto's figure, the width of his back and the profile of his face were completely different. He felt the same attraction he had noticed in the Hokage office. He's not my little brother anymore. He's a leader. And a man. Until, the most emotionally distant member, noticed the difference technically. His chakra flows with a smoothness he didn't possess before. His movements are economical. This loser is manifesting an aura of a military leader, something that isn't taught. It must be the women in his life. Shikamaru Nara, the strategic brain, was at Naruto's side, delivering the data to him. Naruto, the coastal route is faster, but it's a choke point. If Kisame detects us, his water jutsu will destroy us. The mountain route is slower, but it gives us cover, Shikamaru explained, expecting a rash decision. Naruto didn't hesitate. Mountain, Shikamaru. The Akatsuki expect speed. We'll give them strategy. Besides, my Kage Bunshine they need the extra time for advanced reconnaissance. Shikamaru felt a slight admiration. How annoying. He's thinking. And his decisions are the right ones. He's not the same Baka who came back. Shizune's anxiety and the coded message. As the assault team made their way deeper into the mountains, Shizune was experiencing her own torture in Konoha. She hadn't been able to sleep. The fear of Naruto's danger, and a panic that he would use the information on her futon stolen, consumed it. Tsunade, to top it all off, harassed her with technical questions about the Rasengan while drinking sake. If Akatsuki discovers the chakra spear. If Naruto uses Asuma's vibe and they track him. The village will know I was the traitor. Shizune, driven by fear and the need to keep their bond a secret, couldn't resist. She had to act. He went to the animal courier section, using the excuse of urgent medical supplies. He contacted a trusted little communications hawk who knew the team's route. He wrote a note, not in visible ink, but using his healing chakra on a miniature scroll, sealing it with a minor medical technique. The note was simple, but lethal in its double meaning. The Shosen Jutsu requires the utmost caution and contact. Remember, the flow control it should not be visible to the untrained eye. Superficial healing should not reveal the depth of the damage. Return soon for training. Advance it off anatomy. Shizune had encrypted her message. Shosen Jutsu Mystic Palm Technique was the pretext. The caution of contact was a warning about using the chakra spear. The invisible flow control and depth of damage were direct warnings about Kisame and Deidara. And the advanced anatomy training was an intimate reminder of their bond and a desperate plea for him to return to her, safe and sound. The discovery of Naruto, the secret bond. Hours later, the Falcon found the team at a strategic stop. The messenger handed Kakashi the small scroll, marked urgent medical supplies, for field leader. Kakashi handed it to Naruto. Shizune-san says there's supplies she forgot to pack. Be careful, they're from the medical division. Naruto took the scroll. Seeing the seal with Shizune's healing chakra, he knew immediately it wasn't an official message. He walked away from the group, unsealed the scroll, and read the contents. A slow smile spread across his face. He understood the message immediately. Shizune-san is scared. For me, and for our secret. She's telling me to hide my new jutsu. And that she misses me. He tucked the scroll into his jacket, feeling a new surge of power and confidence. He had the Hokage waiting for him as his prize, and her assistant risking her neck for him as an ally. Naruto returned to the team, his leadership aura intensified, now charged with a new secret determination. Shikamaru, Naruto said, will modify the plan slightly. We'll use more diversion, less direct assault. We won't reveal our trump card until the crucial moment. Let's go. The team resumed their march, with Naruto in the lead, now more cautious, more cunning, and with the promise of a double reward etched in his mind. The mission was important, but returning to Konoha was their true objective. The Tazuna Bridge and the leader's strategy. The shadow of Zabuza and Haku. The assault team arrived at the coast of the Land of Waves at dusk. The port city was under siege, with smoke on the horizon. Naruto led the team along the coastal road until the familiar silhouette rose before them. It was the Great Naruto Bridge, renamed after the hero who had saved it years before. The same bridge where Team 7, as children, had faced Zabuza Momochi and Haku. Naruto stopped running. A wave of nostalgia and a clear sense of irony washed over him. "Wow, what memories," Naruto said, his deep voice echoing in the humid sea air. "This bridge. This is where we fought Zabuza, remember, Kakashi?" Sakura stood beside him, her green eyes filled with memory. "Yes, Naruto. This was our true starting point." Kakashi nodded, his Sharingan hidden beneath his forehead protector. History has a strange way of repeating itself. One bridge. Two major threats. The Akatsuki reception. Just then, a shadow fell over them. A figure was flying low, riding a white clay bird approaching from the sea. Its blonde hair was blowing in the wind. It was Deidara, the Iwagakure terrorist, with a sickly, smug smile. Beside him, emerging from the coastal fog, appeared Kisame Hoshigaki, the monster of the hidden mist, with its blue skin and gigantic sword same hat over his shoulder. He stopped in the exact center of the bridge, blocking her path. "Look, Kisame-san," Deidara said in a playful voice, "it seems Konoha has sent us children. And the Jinchuriki, what a waste of art." Kisame smiled, showing his sharp teeth. His smile was cold and brutal. "How annoying. The nine-tailed fox. Let's take the meat and the sword, and finish this before dessert." Beginning of the battle, strategy and the sword duel. Naruto, unfazed, raised his hand and spoke with the calmness of a seasoned leader. "Formation. Shikamaru." "Understood," Shikamaru said, his mind already moving. "The goal is to separate them. Kakashi, Sakura, Sai. You'll take care of the swordsman. I'll support Naruto." The battle began instantly. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sai launched themselves at Kisame. The Akatsuki swordsman responded by releasing a surge of water chakra. Suten, Suikodan no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon missile technique. A gigantic wave of water dragons roared toward them. Kakashi reacted instantly, his Sharingan swirling. Suten, Suikodan no Jutsu. Kakashi mimicked the technique with astonishing speed, copying Kisame's exact hand position and chakra flow. Kakashi's water dragon collided with Kisame's. The shock of the copy left Kisame momentarily stunned. "Impossible!" Kisame growled. "That technique is absurdly high chakra." Kakashi smiled, returning to Konoha's most nostalgically memorable swordsman. "I once used this against your old comrade, Zabuza. You're not going to catch me with water." As Kisame recovered from the shock and began to charge a larger technique, Sakura and Sai launched their coordinated attack, forcing the swordsman into a defensive melee. Naruto's psychological duel and maturity. Meanwhile, Naruto and Shikamaru faced Deidara, who was flying over the bridge, launching small explosive spiders. Shikamaru, taking cover behind Naruto, used his shadow to immobilize a group of explosives. "You need to get closer, Naruto. If he keeps flying, we'll just waste chakra." Deidara, seeing that Naruto wasn't responding to the explosions with anger, decided to change tactics. He knew that the Jinchuriki's anger was his weak point. "Hey, Zoro brat," Deidara shouted from the air, with a cruel smile. "Look at you. Always a loser. You're the same loser you always are, aren't you? In the end, you couldn't rescue the Kazekage, and the old mummy had to die to save him. The responsibility for your failure is engraved on your grandmother Chiyo's ass." Deidara continued, his mocking voice growing louder. "And you can't even defeat Itachi's younger brother. You expect to be a hero? You're not capable. You're Konoha's burden. Why don't you free the fox and entertain us, dwarf?" Naruto's face tensed for a second. Orange chakra began to bubble. Sakura, who was fighting Kisame, felt the pressure and feared the transformation. But Naruto closed his eyes and, in an act of supreme control, forced the fox chakra to retreat. He opened his eyes, which burned with a deep blue light, not orange. The maturity he had acquired in the last week, the focus of Thefuten Rasengan on the promise to the two women, anchored him. "I don't need the demon to defeat a pathetic artist like you," Naruto replied, his voice low and confident, filled with controlled contempt. "I'm no longer the kid who loses his temper over your puns. If you want to see art, come here and fight for real. Or just tell me where the rest of Akatsuki is. I don't have time for your frustrations, Blonde boy. Naruto's coldness and controlled contempt hit Deidara harder than any explosion. The artist was enraged. "You'll regret that, stupid," Deidara shouted, throwing a series of larger explosive figures. The first half of the battle was over. Naruto's new leadership and Shikamaru's strategy had successfully contained the Akatsuki, and Naruto's maturity had passed the test of provocation. Now it was time for the offensive. The chakra spear in the end of the battle. The dominance on Earth and Deidara frustration. The battle on Tsunade Bridge had become a clear contrast of styles. While Kakashi, Sakura, and Sai maintained a staunch defense against Kisame's water surge and brute force, Naruto and Shikamaru dominated the aerial and psychological duel against Deidara. Naruto, with his new speed and taijutsu and his concentrated focus, was a blue whirlwind. He dodged the small clay explosions with insulting ease, bouncing off the bridge structures. When Deidara approached on his clay bird, Naruto used a powerful and precise blow, forcing the artist to retreat or narrowly escape. Zoro's anger had been replaced by terrifying combat effectiveness. "Damn! This brat doesn't understand true art." Deidara shouted, frustration making him lose his composure. His ego as an exploitative artist could not bear being surpassed by a Jonin who didn't even use his weapon of mass destruction. The desperate movement of the rat. Desperate, Deidara resorted to a tactic worthy of the rat he despised. He launched a wave of small C1 explosives as bait, forcing Naruto to be distracted by the taijutsu defensive. While Naruto was busy with the decoy, Deidara zoomed up on his clay bird. With a swift motion, he pounced on Shikamaru who was focused on tactical planning. Deidara caught the strategist with a clay hand and carried him through the air in a rapid ascent. "Damn!" Naruto shouted, his concentration broken. Cage Bunshine Shikamaru's dissipated. Deidara, rising above the clouds of smoke from the battle with Kisame, laughed evilly. "Now what are you going to do, you little bitch? Come on. Show off that demon chakra and I'll give you your friend back. Let's see if your art can beat my kidnapping." The pressure was immense. Naruto knew he didn't have time for a protracted battle. The enemy had found his strategic weak spot. The debut of the chakra spear. Naruto knew he had no other option. He had to ignore Shizune's warning about caution, but saving his comrade was the priority. The chakra spear was the only technique with enough speed and penetrating power to solve the problem in 3 seconds. Naruto closed his eyes and executed the hand signs at a speed only a master of the technique could achieve. He raised his right hand to the sky. Instantly, the air around him became tense. A pop was heard. Guttural, vibrating noise generated fear in all those present. It was a chirp-sharp, a mixture of torn air and explosive rotation. The shape of the chakra spear, Rasen Sagai manifested, 2 meters of rotating power, with a transparent and deadly tip, concentrated and stable. Naruto pointed at the sky. The concentration of chakra was such that an electric shock was felt throughout the bridge. In less than 3 seconds, the time it took to aim and throw, Naruto shouted. Wind release, Rasen Sagai. The jutsu was released. Slow motion and terror. The speed was immeasurable, thousands of kilometers per hour. Powered by wind chakra and the momentum of the rotation. Deidara, still sneering and looking down, didn't see the technique coming. But below, Naruto's companions, Kakashi, Sakura and Sai, and above, the kidnapped Shikamaru, they saw the scene in slow motion. Shikamaru, terrified, felt the vibration before seeing the light. He saw the transparent blue beam approaching at breakneck speed. The chakra spear, guided by Naruto's will, struck with absolute precision. The clay bird. The spear pierced the lower half off the clay bird with absolute ease. The clay didn't explode, it was pulverized by the wind's microscopic rotation and shear, leaving no trace. Deidara. The projectile continued its trajectory, crossing the upper right chest. Deidara, just below the shoulder, piercing lung and bone. The chakra spear not only penetrated, it left a considerable hole, a perfect circle of silent destruction. Deidara let out a cry of pain and surprise. His grip on Shikamaru weakened. Kisame, seeing the trace of the technique, stopped his attack. His eyes widened in a rare moment of terror. That's not a simple ball of chakra. What the hell was that? Shikamaru fell into free fall. But Kakashi reacted by using a substitution technique to catch him before he hit the ground. Deidara, mortally wounded by the piercing, let out one last sentence, "I am possible." That's not a technique. Cow, this is not hard. His inert body plummeted from the heights. Naruto, exhausted from using the jutsu on breathing heavily, he stood. He had won. The broken silence. The chakra spear had pierced Deidara. The artist fell toward the bridge, his clay bird disintegrating. For a moment, silence descended upon Tsunade Bridge, broken only by the roar of the sea. It seemed the mission had been a resounding success, a triumph for the new generation led by Naruto. Naruto, exhausted but victorious, stood firm on the bridge. Kakashi had secured Shikamaru and was approaching Naruto. Kisame had stopped his fierce duel with the rest of the team, but the relief was short-lived. Deidara, lying in the middle of the bridge, his chest bleeding profusely, looked up at the sky with an expression that was not of pain, but of manic ecstasy, and his eyes burned the final madness. "Damn!" Deidara hissed, adrenaline overcoming the agony. With a supreme effort, his trembling hand went to his chest. A chakra seal that hid his own mouth was removed, much larger and more grotesque than those of his palms. "Art! The true and final art!" Deidara shouted, his voice distorted by the euphoria of death. "Fuck! No, my final art!" Panic and strategic withdrawal. Deidara's body began to swell and turn a dark color. Dense black, the final explosive clay taking control of every cell. It was disintegrating, turning into a bomb of total destruction. Kisame, the Akatsuki swordsman, who had witnessed countless horrors, felt a chill of pure terror. The mist monster realized the magnitude of the jutsu. "What are you doing, you damn psychopath?" Kisame yelled, for the first time abandoning his predatory calm. "That damn maniac is going to blow everything to pieces." Kisame, heedless of his mission and honor, instantly retreated. He leapt off the bridge and plunged into the ocean at top speed, disappearing beneath the waves, leaving his companion behind. Kakashi, his Sharingan swirling wildly, didn't need a briefing. Kisame's panic and Deidara's grotesque swelling gave him all the information he needed: an imminent explosion of incalculable radius. "Shikamaru! Sigh! Now!" Kakashi yelled, his voice like a whip. Shikamaru, though exhausted, understood the order. Sigh, without hesitation, began to draw. Chojigiga. Avhigante. With a burst of ink, Sai manifested a gigantic ink bird, large enough to carry the entire team. Kakashi, grabbing Naruto and Sakura, leapt onto the bird's back. Shikamaru joined them. "Fly! To the sky! Get as far away as possible!" Kakashi ordered, with an urgency they had never heard before. In less than 3 seconds, Team Konoha was flying at top speed, gaining altitude and distance, moving away from the bridge in the doomed coastal city. The outburst of true art. The team flew skyward, looking over their shoulders. Deidara's grotesque black figure reached its critical compression point. Then came the flash. The explosion OFC-0. It was a blinding white glare, gigantic and devastating. A massive shockwave expanded at a furious speed. The explosion not only destroyed the Tsunade Bridge, pulverized the coastal city completely, leaving the area like an open wound in the earth. The pressure wave reached Team Konoha, even at the altitude at which they were flying, violently shaking them in the air and forcing them to cling to the ink bird. When the light faded, what remained was horror. A gigantic crater, approximately 10 kilometers in diameter, stretched out where the sea, the bridge, and the city had once been. The land had been erased. Deidara's final act had been his masterpiece of destruction. The roar of the explosion wasn't limited to the land of waves. It traveled across land and sea. In the Hokage office, hundreds of kilometers away, Tsunade and Shizune felt the vibration of death and the vulnerability of the Hokage. The echo of destruction. At the Hokage office, the morning had become a tense wait. Tsunade, though frustrated by the interruption the night before, tried to concentrate on the bureaucracy, while Shizune cleaned and reorganized the documents with forced calm. Suddenly, a deep vibration shook Konoha. It wasn't an earthquake, it was a pressure wave massive shock that traveled through the atmosphere, a dull, resonant boom that echoed in the air, followed by a slight seismic movement that rattled the glass windows of the Hokage Tower. Tsunade jumped to her feet. Her face went white, and it wasn't from fright, but from horror. Her war-signing instinct told her that vibration was the signature of a destructive power that far surpassed a jutsu ordinary. That shockwave, Tsunade hissed, her voice trembling despite her efforts to control it. It's the kind of chakra blast that only that only a demented Akatsuki can unleash. Datara. His self-destruction technique. His mind instantly went to the only person he cared about on that team. The person he'd lost days ago and who was now in mortal danger. Naruto, Tsunade whispered, her tone stripped of all arrogance, revealing a terrifying vulnerability. Her hand clamped down on the edge of the desk so tightly that the wood creaked. I can't lose another one. I can't lose the grandson of my heart. After Dan, after Nawaki. If that brat, the Hokage, the woman who boasted of her unwavering strength, had broken. The fear of loss, the trauma of war, and the memory of her brother and her lover flooded her. Her attachment, so fiercely denied, became evident. The consolation of the accomplice. Shizune, seeing Tsunade so devastated, approached her. Her own concern was intense, but the sight of her vulnerable mentor forced her to regain her composure. Lady Tsunade, calm down, Shizune said, placing a gentle hand on Tsunade's arm. Team Kakashi is strong. Shikamaru is brilliant. And Naruto has grown. His speed, his new jutsu. Our jutsu, it exhausts him. And his speed can't compete with the radius of an Akatsuki final blast, Tsunade shouted, refusing to be comforted. Shizune, her eyes full of honesty and her heart full of her own secret from the cabin, nodded. You're right. I feel the same concern, Shizune confessed. That vibration. It terrifies me. I fear for him too, Lady Tsunade. More than I've feared any other ninja in years. Tsunade looked up at Shizune. Her assistant's confession, for the first time, sounded purely honest, devoid of jealousy or shame. It was a shared vulnerability. Why, Shizune? Tsunade asked, her voice a wail. Why this brat? Why does he affect us both so much? Shizune looked away briefly, not revealing the secret of the Sagai breed or the intimate training in the hut. In this moment of crisis, the priority was Tsunade's emotional well-being in Naruto's life. Because, Lady Tsunade, Shizune replied, her voice low and sincere, he is the light that we needed. It's the echo of their losses and the promise of their future. If he goes, Konoha loses more than a ninja. We'll lose our last hope. And you will lose the last chance to heal your heart. Shizune's honesty, though incomplete, struck Tsunade with a brutal truth. Tsunade slumped back in her chair. The sign of life and the promise of reward. Shizune, taking advantage of the Hokage's vulnerability, focused on her chakra. He used his medical chakra to try to trace the team's vital signs through the intelligence network. Don't think about the loss, Lady Tsunade. Think about the victory. He is a survivor. Let's find a sign. 10 minutes of agonizing silence passed. Finally, Shizune looked up. Lady Tsunade. There's a signal. An emergency transmission from Team Kakashi. They're intact. Exhausted, but flying back. The explosion was controlled. Kisame retreated. Datara died by his own art. The relief that washed over Tsunade was so overwhelming it almost made her faint. She lay back, laughing and crying at the same time. Damn brat. I knew he couldn't die that easily. I knew he was too stubborn. Tsunade stood up, her fury and desire returning, but now tempered by the fear she just felt. She looked at Shizune with a mixture of gratitude and renewed intent. Thank you, Shizune. You've done your duty, Tsunade said. Now, clean up this mess. When that demon comes to Konoha, there will be no excuses, no missions, no explosions. I will train him. And I will have him. Prepare the strongest sake. Because tomorrow, the real game begins. And we'll welcome him with all the honors. And all the prizes. The return of the conqueror. Naruto returned to Konoha at noon the next day, battered, covered in dust and soot, but with his head held high. The victory over Datara, though chaotic, was undeniable. The exhausted team headed to the Hokage office for the debriefing. Tsunade, visibly relieved, listened to Kakashi and Shikamaru's report. Their praise for Naruto's emotional control and the effectiveness of his new jutsu were clear. Well done, team, Tsunade declared solemnly. The threat has been eliminated. The mission was a resounding success. You will be given your monetary reward and a 3-day rest period. As the others prepared to retreat, Tsunade raised her hand and fixed her blue gaze on the tired hero. Naruto, Tsunade ordered, her voice holding a note of seriousness and a hidden promise. You stay here. We have something to discuss. Everyone else, leave." Kakashi and Shikamaru shared a look, realizing the real game was about to begin. They left, leaving the three of them alone: Naruto, Tsunade, and Shizune. The first step: control and contact. Tsunade stood up from her desk and turned to Naruto with a smile that wasn't Hokage-like, but predatory. "This will be your punishment for scaring us, brat," Tsunade declared, her voice low and deep. "Your first medical training session will be here and now. No rest for the winner." Tsunade Seisurko Shizune. Shizune, assisting. The Hokage indicated for Naruto to stand in front of her. "The first step is the contact control. You need absolute control of your chakra so that it doesn't spread and cause damage. Let's ground each other." Tsunade asked Naruto to extend his arms. She took his shoulders, and Naruto, in turn, took Tsunade's shoulders. It was a simple dynamic mutual contact and stability. "Focus," Tsunade ordered, sending a pulse of her own healing chakra through their contact points. "Feel my chakra. It's steady, it's pure. And don't lose focus." "Do you feel it, brat?" Tsunade asked, her face inches from Naruto's, her gaze fixed on his eyes. "You feel the chakra. The first step is touch, trust, and connection. Don't let your mind wander, not even because you're touching the Hokage." Naruto, though tired, felt Tsunade's powerful feminine energy and the seriousness of the exercise. His body, however, reacted to the closeness and contact. "I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. It's intense." Tsunade smiled, pleased with his physical reaction. "Good. Now, Shizune, prepare the makeshift stretcher." The lesson of the lower back, erotic tension. Shizune, with a boiling mixture of jealousy and excitement, he laid out a mat and some pillows on the floor, making a makeshift stretcher. Jealousy burned because Tsunade had taken the initiative and control of the contact, excitement because the game was unfolding before their very eyes. Tsunade instructed Naruto to take off his shirt and lie down on his stomach. Naruto complied, revealing his bruised, muscular back to both women. "Naruto, you're now going to concentrate your healing chakra into the palm of your hand," Tsunade instructed, leaning over him. "Start with a gentle, almost imperceptible flow. The skin is sensitive." Tsunade guided Naruto's trembling hand to a specific spot on his back. "Now, I want you to apply it to the area of the lower back, near the spine. Concentrate. Feel the tension in your muscles." Tsunade used her own hand as a guide, pressing Naruto's palm against her back, just above the edge of his pants. "Not like that, brat. It's too strong. You need gentleness. You have to be gentle with your chakra. Like a caress. Concentrate more." Tsunade rested her head very close to Naruto's back to listen to the flow of chakra. Her warm, close breath sent shivers through Naruto's skin. "Soft," Tsunade whispered. "Softer. There you go, brat. That feels good. You're doing it. Keep that flow going." The touch of Naruto's hand on Tsunade's lower back turned into a healing caress. Tsunade moaned slightly, an ambiguous sound of pleasure and relief. Naruto felt the impact of Tsunade's reaction. His body, already exhausted from the mission, ignited with the excitement of knowing he was pleasuring the strongest woman in the world. His scroll, already aroused by the previous intimacy, became noticeably visible through the fabric of his tight pants. Shizune's silent suffering. Shizune, standing to the side, watched the scene with her hands clenched into fists. The sight of Naruto, his bare back, Tsunade's hand guiding him, and Naruto's visible physical reaction to his teacher's touch was pure torture. "She's touching his body. She feels the same power I felt. And he's enjoying it. Damn. I was the first to feel his back and his power." Shizune closed her eyes, feeling a lump in her throat. The emotion was so strong that she had to bite her lip to keep from screaming. It wasn't just jealousy, it was rage that her accomplice, her first lover, was now in the process of being completely claimed by her rival. The training extended for another 15 minutes. Tsunade laughed and sighed at Naruto's touch. Finally, Tsunade stood up, her face flushed with chakra and excitement. "That's enough for today, brat. The first lesson was successful. Go rest. But remember, training resumes tomorrow, no matter the time." Naruto stood up, his body tired but pumped with adrenaline. "I'll be ready, Tsunade-sama," he said with a winning smile, glancing quickly at Shizune, who looked like she was about to explode. The torture of ideas and Tsunade's clinical eye. Post-training analysis. Naruto had left, leaving a trail of sweat, chakra, and excitement in the Hokage office. Tsunade slumped back in her chair, her breathing still deep and her slightly flushed face showing undeniable satisfaction. She turned to Shizune, who was finishing cleaning the makeshift stretcher with stiff movements and a cold expression. The Hokage, with her clinical doctor's eye and gambler's instinct, perceived the silent rage in every movement of his assistant. "Shizune," Tsunade said, taking a sip of the sake she'd left close at hand. "The brat is fascinating. His concentration is poor, but his response to touch and pleasure is instantaneous. There's a deep reservoir of emotional power there that isn't channeled through anger alone." Tsunade leaned across the desk, her tone confidential and mischievous. "Now, I need your help. Rigorous discipline is crucial for medical training. But given the environment, and my own weaknesses, I have to make sure that tomorrow's training is completely effective and, above all, intimate." Shizune, through gritted teeth, forced a professional smile. "Of course, Lady Tsunade. What do you have in mind?" "I want you to give me ideas," Tsunade said, her eyes flashing with malice. "I want the training to focus on areas that are difficult to heal, that require prolonged contact, and that force him to abandon your mental barriers." "What part of the human body, other than the lower back, requires the most concentration and the least distraction?" Shizune's bad ideas. Shizune, though seething with jealousy, attempted to disguise her revenge through professional suggestion. Her plan was simple: suggest scenarios so awkward or difficult that Tsunade, the Sannin, would either abandon the game or punish Naruto, rather than reward him. "Lady Tsunade," Shizune began in a thoughtful, forced tone, "I believe we should aim for the area with the highest concentration of sensitive chakra points and the least bone protection. I would suggest the eyes and neck." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "The eyes? Why the eyes?" "Chakra control is so fine there that any excess could blind him, so it requires utmost concentration and a barely perceptible touch," Shizune explained, trying to sound technical. "It's a life-or-death control test. And if he fails, you can give him a paralyzing blow to the neck to remind him of discipline." "There you have it, Hokage-sama. If you force him to touch your eyes, it's so risky it'll kill him or scare him. And if you punish him, you won't have fun," Shizune thought with hidden satisfaction. "Interesting. But risky," Tsunade mused. "Any other ideas for maximizing contact and difficulty?" Shizune dared to go further, aiming at the female anatomy. "I also suggest the healing of internal organs, Lady Tsunade. To simulate the damage of an internal blow from taijutsu, the patient should be in a position of total vulnerability and the healer must apply the chakra directly onto the bare skin of the lower abdomen and solar plexus." Shizune knew that for precise control in those areas, Tsunade would have to remove much of her clothing, and Naruto would have to apply his bare hand. "Do it, Tsunade. Strip naked in front of him. And let Naruto's touch focus on pain, not pleasure. That'll ruin the game." The Hokage's clinical eye detection. Tsunade listened to each suggestion, her smile slowly disappearing. Her mind, accustomed to detecting deception and physical pain, noted the dissonance in Shizune's voice. The choice of eyes, extreme risk, and internal organs, vulnerability and risk of castration, were not ideas for effective, sensual training, they were ideas for a sabotage or punishment. Tsunade leaned back, her eyes narrowed. She put down her sake and stared at Shizune. "What's wrong, Shizune?" Tsunade asked, her voice colder than the air. Shizune blinked. "I don't understand, Lady Tsunade. I'm simply applying the principles of risk and reward." "Nonsense!" Tsunade interrupted, tapping the desk lightly. "You're suggesting sabotage. You suggested the eyes to blind or scare him, and the abdomen to punish him or create a painful situation." Tsunade smiled, but there was no humor in it. "I'm not stupid, Shizune. I understand jealousy. I understand lust. I've seen you walk with the piece of a woman who's been set free. And this morning, I saw you nearly faint from jealousy as I touched her back." The Hokage leaned forward. "You know the brat has potential, and you know he's interested. And you're my assistant, my shadow. Your loyalty should be to me. But, for the first time, I'm noticing intense rivalry." "Lady Tsunade, I would never." "Shut up," Tsunade ordered. raising her hand. "Your ideas are bad. But your fire, it's interesting." Tsunade smiled, a smile of total knowledge. "Thanks for the warning. I won't use your ideas of punishment. But the idea of extreme vulnerability is good. And I have a better idea for you, Shizune," Tsunade said, her voice now pure power play. "Tomorrow's training will be at my apartment. And you will be present. But not as an assistant. You will be there to observe every touch, every intimate gesture, and for make sure my sake stays cold." Tsunade stood up, her authority absolute. "Now, go rest. And think carefully about whether you want to confront your teacher over a brat who could have us both." Shizune left, defeated and terrified. Not only had she failed in the sabotage, but Tsunade had confirmed her deepest secret. Now, she would be forced to watch the conquest she herself had initiated. Sensual touch training in the apartment. The sanctuary and the rule of silence. The next morning, the setting for the new training session was Tsunade's personal apartment, an intimate and luxurious space that amplified the tension. Shizune had been instructed to prepare the main room, soft incense, cold sake, and a spotless training mat. Tsunade waited, dressed in a silk kimono that opened wider than usual at the neck, slightly exposing her cleavage. Her expression was dangerously calm, that of a woman who had planned a perfect strategy. Shizune, formally dressed, stood in the corner, tasked with being both silent observer and waitress. Naruto arrived on time, his war hero aura still palpable. Seeing Tsunade and Shizune, he immediately took in the atmosphere. "Naruto," Tsunade declared, her voice low and authoritative. "Today you'll learn how to apply the Shosen Jutsu Mystic Palm technique, under conditions of sensory pressure and vulnerability. Shizune will be here to make sure you stay focused." "And the first rule is," Tsunade continued, her sharp eyes fixed on Naruto, "any distraction or inappropriate glance will result in Shizune hitting you with a paralysis technique." The lesson of breathing and control. The first part of the lesson focused on breathing. Tsunade sat across from Naruto, her legs crossed. "The basis of healing is the synchronization with the patient," Tsunade instructed. "You need to feel the chakra, the heartbeat, and the breathing. Inhale." Naruto and Tsunade inhaled together. Their eyes met, and Naruto tried to focus solely on the flow of chakra. "Now, the transfer," Tsunade said. "I'll be your patient. You need to heal a sore muscle, but without ninjutsu apparent. Concentrate on the touch." Tsunade lay down on the mat, motioning for Naruto to come closer. "We'll start with the area that requires the most delicate touch and the greatest confidence. The inner part of the thigh, near the femoral artery. It is a highly sensitive area where fine control of the chakra is vital." Tsunade unbuttoned and slid the kimono down to her mid-thigh, revealing a portion of pale, silky skin. The movement was slow and deliberate, a statement of intent. Sensual touch training. Shizune suffering. Naruto knelt, his heart beating faster than it had after the battle with Deidara. Medical ninjutsu training was now the ultimate test of seduction. "Shizune," Tsunade ordered, "look closely. Observe how the hand placement should be. It's not a blow, it's a chakra-charged caress." Shizune, her fists clenched, took a step forward, forcing herself to focus her eyes on the technique and not on Naruto and Tsunade's proximity. Naruto placed his trembling hand on Tsunade's inner thigh. He felt the soft skin and the warmth of her chakra. "Not like that, brat," Tsunade corrected. "Your hand is stiff. The Shosen Jutsu's fluid. Relax your fingers. Let your chakra slide in the skin. Feel my pulse. Transfer the chakra, gently." Tsunade lightly pressed Naruto's hand against her thigh. Naruto closed his eyes and forced his concentration. Slowly, the healing chakra began to flow. "There," Tsunade whispered, with an audible sigh of pleasure. "You feel it. It's incredible control. Feel the muscles relax. Now, move your hand slowly, following the contour of the muscle." Naruto obeyed, his fingers moving with hypnotic slowness, applying healing chakra. The movement was more intimate than any open caress. Shizune, watching from her corner, felt like she was about to faint. The sight of Naruto's hand on Tsunade's thigh, her teacher's sigh, and the total concentration Naruto's touch was an unbearable torture. Jealousy burned her to the core, and only the discipline of years kept her from running and breaking the scene. She's enjoying it. And he's mastering the technique. The touch is too intimate. The concentration test and the final challenge. Tsunade opened her eyes and looked directly at Shizune. Shizune, the look in your eyes tells me you're distracted. If he gets distracted, the chakra gets out of control. Concentration. Tsunade used Shizune's distraction to test Naruto. Naruto, now we are going to heal a smaller and more sensitive area, the earlobe, Tsunade ordered, moving her face close to Naruto's hand. Close your eyes and apply the lightest touch possible. If the chakra is too strong, I'll feel pain. Naruto moved his hand, his heart beating wildly. The control required for hearing was extremely fine. He approached Tsunade's earlobe. No, not the hand. Use your lips, Tsunade whispered, a smile on her face. The most intimate contact of the body. Apply the chakra through your breath, right on the lobe. Naruto, without hesitation, approached and blew gently on Tsunade's earlobe, releasing healing chakra with his breath. The touch was soft, subtle, and completely intimate. Tsunade closed her eyes, sighing in pleasure. Excellent, Naruto. Absolute concentration. You've aced the second lesson. Naruto stood up. His body was trembling, but his control was absolute. He looked directly at Shizune, whose face was now pale and sweaty. The message was clear: I've won the training. And I'm in complete control, even in these conditions. The training was over. The game of seduction had transformed into a lesson in power and control, with Shizune as the emotional victim of both conquests. Night at the proving ground and the challenge of scale. The secret date. As night fell, Tsunade, unable to wait until morning, summoned Naruto to a secret training ground, hidden in a seldom used, wooded depression, far enough away from the village to ensure that no one, especially the council, would be able to see the Hokage in a private and intimate training session with the Jinchuriki. Tsunade was already there, dressed in a kunoica more practical than your kimono bidet, but her posture was that of an impatient woman. There was fire in her eyes, the fire of desire and of a seinen who sought to maximize the potential of his secret weapon. Naruto arrived with his training gear, full of energy despite the day. Tsunade-sama, why are you here so late? Naruto asked, the conqueror's smile on his face. Because your medical training is secondary to the mission, brat, Tsunade replied, omitting the real reason, her desire to be alone with him. I need you to prove that the Futon Rasen Sagai it wasn't a stroke of luck. Besides, we can't have the whole village watching the development of our new secret weapon. The challenge of scale, control and power. Tsunade got straight to the point. Your chakra spear is effective, but it's limited to 2 meters and it drains you. You used all your chakra. True control isn't just finesse, it's ability to climb jutsu and manipulate its shape without losing stability. I want you to use the chakra control we practiced today to double the size of the spear. Naruto nodded, his face turning serious at the technical challenge. Understood. More power and more form. Naruto attempted the technique. He created the Rasengan and began to infuse the wind chakra, lengthening the shape and the Sagai breathed off 2 meters. However, when he tried to force the scale further, the chakra began to become chaotic, like a boiling liquid that refuses to be contained. Hijutsu collapsed with a frustrating sound and dissipated. Damn! Naruto growled, panting. The form is breaking. The wind chakra isn't cooperating. The intimacy of instruction, the chakra as a key. Tsunade approached him, her proximity deliberate. She knew that Naruto's key was in strength, but sensory stimulation. Not like that, Naruto. You're forcing the rotation with courage, not with him control, Tsunade whispered, standing behind him and placing her hands on Naruto's shoulders. Remember the Shosen Jutsu of today. Medical ninjutsu requires absolute sensitivity. Tsunade slid her hands over his chest and abdomen. The control you used to heal my lower back, that slow, gentle touch, that same sensitivity flow is the one you should apply to your jutsu. Tsunade leaned over him, speaking almost in his ear. Feel your chakra. It's like water. Force breaks it. Softness of touch molds it. Concentrate on the center of your being, where your will resides, and from there, direct the flow with the delicacy of a caress. Tsunade's hot breath on his neck and the weight of her hands on his body inflamed Naruto. His tiredness disappeared, replaced by urgency. Again. But this time, feel the flow of your will through my touch. Tsunade ordered, her hands remaining firmly at his sides. Partial achievement and tacit reward. Naruto closed his eyes and breathed deeply, channeling Tsunade's stimulation. He remembered the touch on his back, the soft brush against her thigh, and the intimate connection with Shizune. He used the emotional and sensual connection as the anchor of your control. It began on Rasengan. The wind chakra was infused. This time, instead of forcing, Naruto caressed the form with his mind, as if giving the gentle healing touch of Shozen Jutsu. The chakra spear formed. The initial 2 meters remained stable. And then, slowly, before Tsunade's astonished gaze, the spear grew. It didn't double, but it extended a few meters. 3.5 meters before stabilizing. It was a significant improvement. The spear was more powerful, larger, and Naruto's chakra was more contained. "I did it," Naruto shouted, exhausted but exultant. "You did it," Tsunade whispered, her voice low and filled with an emotion that was half a teacher's pride, half a woman's desire. She withdrew her hands. "The control you gained in the medical lesson you applied to your jutsu. Go away, brat. Get some rest. More training tomorrow." Naruto gave the Hokage one last bold look. He knew the session had been more than just training. It had been a power play and an intimate challenge, a thought she had lost and won at the same time. He walked off the field with a new technique and new confidence, leaving Tsunade alone in the darkness of the forest, the fire in her eyes burning hotter than ever. The sage's shadow and Tsunade's silent guild. The return of the wandering sage. In the Hokage office, the atmosphere was one of tense calm. Tsunade, trying to suppress the memories of her intimate training with Naruto the night before, was concentrating on the pile of documents. Shizune was at her side, as tense as her teacher. The complicity and the deception of the Futon Rasen saga and the secret sessions of medical ninjutsu were a shared burden. A burst of smoke and the loud, dramatic appearance of Jiraiya broke the silence. "Tsunade, I'm back with game-changing news," Jiraiya proclaimed, with his usual haughty author's spy grin. In that instant, Tsunade's blood ran cold. Guilt hit her with physical force. Jiraiya didn't know that she was training Naruto. Jiraiya believed Naruto was still on missions with Team Kakashi and that his development was limited to what he himself had given him. The mere fact that his teammate was there, oblivious to the situation, made the intimacy Tsunade shared with her disciple feel like a betrayal. "He left me the village, not the brat. And I used my position to seduce the village's most important weapon? And why does no one know?" Tsunade thought, feeling a deep blush and a pang of panic. "Jiraiya, your entrance is louder than data explosion," Tsunade retorted, forcing an irritated tone to hide her nervousness. "What news have you gotten from your sources of inspiration?" The revelation of Akatsuki's leadership. Jiraiya approached the desk, his tone becoming serious and solemn. The gleam in his eyes wasn't that of a pervert, but rather that of a strategist. "Akatsuki. I've been following their trail and have managed to infiltrate my intelligence network deep enough. The leader pulling the strings, the one controlling pain, resides in the Hidden Rain village." The report was explosive. Tsunade, despite her distraction, felt the gravity of it. The Rain village was a death trap and a place of intense civil war. "My network is ready for the final assault," Jiraiya continued, his determination unwavering. "I need a backup plan, Tsunade. If I manage to penetrate the leader's sanctuary, we need an assault team ready to finish the job. This could be the end of Akatsuki." Tsunade, feeling herself grow smaller and smaller under his piercing gaze, stammered slightly, "Jiraiya. It's too risky. If you fall, we lose too much. The risk of a direct confrontation against the leader is too high." "Risk is the essence of ninjutsu, Tsunade," Jiraiya smiled his sage smile at her. "I'll do the dirty work. You run Konoha." The awkward question and the guilt of concealment. Jiraiya, preparing to leave, asked the question Tsunade feared. "By the way, how is the brat? Naruto?" Jiraiya asked in a fatherly tone. "I told him to train hard. Has his Rasengan. We need him ready for the next phase. I'm concerned about the risks he'll face." Tsunade avoided looking at Jiraiya. Her mind was filled with the image of Naruto creating the Sagai breed and his hand on her back. "Naruto is fine, Jiraiya," Tsunade replied, her voice raspier than usual. "He's improving his chakra control on missions. He's developed some interesting variations. But nothing you should worry about right now." It was a complete lie. And Jiraiya, His lifelong teammate didn't notice, just nodded proudly. I knew it. That boy is special. I needed him more than you did, but he needs to learn from the best. I'm glad Konoha has a future with him, Jiraiya said, before disappearing again in a puff of smoke. Tsunade sank into her seat, trembling. Shizune hurried to give her a glass of sake. Shizune. He's going to risk his life. And I kept it from him that his disciple is now the most powerful ninja in the village secretly, because I didn't want to confess that. That I'm obsessed with him. Lady Tsunade, training is vital for Naruto, Shizune said, trying to comfort her. And secrecy is for the good of Konoha. If Jiraiya fails, Naruto's future will be our only defense. It's a political necessity. Tsunade's guilt was now a tangible burden. Her desire for Naruto was intrinsically linked to her betrayal of Jiraiya. Intimacy with Naruto wasn't just a pleasure, it was an act of dishonesty that compelled her to secretly enhance the boy's power. The double tap and the promise of jutsu definitive. The reward in the intimate stage. That night, guilt and urgency drove Tsunade to make a radical decision. She called Naruto to her apartment under the guise of an advanced training session, and ordered Shizune to be present, not just as an observer, but as a participant. It was a perverse reward for Shizune and a way to assuage her own guilt by sharing the burden of dishonesty. Tsunade, in her training room, addressed the trio with a seriousness that concealed her nervousness. Naruto, today you will master the Shozen Jutsu Mystic Palm technique, in its most advanced form, the double tap. You will use both hands to focus the chakra on two sensitive points at once. This is the first step in healing serious internal wounds. Tsunade looked at Shizune, who was pale but stiff. To begin with, Naruto needs a patient who has absolute control over her own chakra. Shizune, you will be the initial patient. It is a reward for your loyalty. Shizune's healing, the forbidden contact. Shizune felt her heart race. The reward was actually public torture, but she knew she couldn't refuse. Shozen Jutsu requires direct skin contact for effectiveness and control, Tsunade instructed, her voice laced with cold professionalism. Shizune, remove your training clothes. Naruto needs to feel the flow without barriers. Shizune, with a boiling mixture of shame and desire, slowly shed her kimono exterior of kunoichi, left only in a thin training underlayer. He lay down on the mat. Naruto, Tsunade continued, you are going to heal the area that requires the most delicacy and trust in a woman, the chest, near the solar plexus. Too strong a touch can be disastrous. Naruto knelt over Shizune, his hands trembling with tension and excitement. Shizune closed her eyes, preparing for the trial by fire. Both hands, Tsunade ordered. Feel the flow of his heart, Naruto. Send your healing chakra as gently as a sigh. Naruto placed his hands, one on each side of her chest, brushing the edges of her breasts. Shizune's skin prickled. The contact was electric and deeply intimate. Not like that, Naruto. You're hesitating. More concentration. Tsunade corrected. Relax your mind. Let the chakra flow, without lust, only with the intention to heal. Naruto closed his eyes. He remembered his first encounter with Shizune, the despair of the futon, and channeled that intensity into his chakra. Shizune, beneath her hands, suddenly felt an incredible heat, a calming and powerful energy flowed ran through her. It was no longer an uncertain touch, it was the hand of a master. She felt her tension dissipate. Shizune opened her eyes, her face flushing with the pleasure of the healing. Lady Tsunade. You've done it. It's perfect. The healing is complete, and the control is absolute. Tsunade nodded, a victorious smile on her face. Excellent. You've mastered the double tap, Naruto. You're a medical genius. Stand up. The promise of absolute mastery. Now it was Tsunade's turn. She lay down on the mat, with a boldness that made her dominance clear. She unbuttoned and slid her own kimono to her abdomen, revealing the area Naruto had touched the day before. My turn, Tsunade said, her voice low and full of promise. Naruto, do the same. But now, use your maximum power with the maximum delicacy. Heal my core area with the same touch you used on Shizune, but with the power of a Sannin. Naruto knelt down, without hesitation. His now expert hands settled on Tsunade's lower abdomen. The contact was a shock of power and control. Tsunade, her eyes full of desire, whispered a promise that transcended training. Listen to me, Naruto. If you manage to master this Shozan Jutsu at my level, with your chakra power, I will teach you a jutsu that will change your life forever. An art that took me 10 years to learn, which allows me to heal any wound and manipulate any part of my body. Tsunade leaned in and whispered the name, audible only to Naruto. I'll show you the ninja art of rebirth creation, Sozosei. Hijutsu hat gives me immortality. It's absolute control over the body and chakra. If you master it, you'll be unstoppable. And it will be my gift for your loyalty. The promise was immense, not just the power to heal, but the power of immortality. This elevated training from a central game to the pursuit of ultimate power, with intimacy as the vehicle. Naruto closed his eyes, channeling all his desire, his ambition, and his newfound mastery. His touch became pure healing chakra. Tsunade's pleasure was palpable, and Naruto's mastery of the art of healing was complete. Shizune, watching from the corner, felt she could no longer compete. Her defeat was complete. The man who had seduced her now held the power and promise of the Hokage. The master's touch and the apprentice's lie. The unsolicited test. Days after the intimate training session and the promise of the Sozosei, Naruto was assigned to a routine patrol and escort mission along the borders, alongside Kakashi and Sakura. It was a low-risk mission, designed to give him a break after the encounter with Akatsuki. The team was moving through the forest when they encountered a skirmish. A small group of ninjas, the grass renegades, had ambushed some merchants. The fight was quick and uneven. Kakashi used his Sharingan to neutralize the leader, while Naruto and Sakura took care of the rest. However, during the confrontation, Sakura received a deep, nasty cut on her thigh from a poisoned kunai. She fell to the ground, the pain making her gasp. "Sakura!" Naruto shouted, running towards her. Kakashi quickly approached. "The poison is fast. Sakura, can you use the Shozan Jutsu?" Sakura, though the best medic of her generation, was panicking. "No, Kakashi-sensei. It's too deep. I need to focus on neutralizing the poison before healing." The master's touch, the secret revealed. It was at that moment, under the pressure of the emergency, that Naruto's secret training and Tsunade's promise drove him on. He knew there was no time to waste. Naruto knelt down next to Sakura. Without hesitating for a second, he focused his chakra with the absolute delicacy that Tsunade had instilled in him. Both of his hands lit up with a soft green glow. "Allow me," Naruto said, his voice now calm, firm, that of a professional. Naruto placed his hands around Sakura's injured thigh, right over the bleeding cut. The touch wasn't clumsy, it was firm and precise. The effect was instantaneous and astonishing. Naruto's healing chakra flow was pure, potent, and perfectly controlled. In less than 20 seconds, the bleeding stopped completely. The green chakra not only neutralized the poison with incredible speed, but also began reconnecting the damaged cells at a speed only Tsunade could match. Sakura opened her eyes, completely amazed. The pain disappeared, replaced by a powerful, healing warmth. She lifted herself slightly and looked at her thigh. The wound was closing in on her visible wound, leaving only a pale line. "Naruto! What was that?" Sakura whispered, unable to believe the speed and power of the jutsu. "The confrontation and the staged lie." Kakashi stood still, his Sharingan analyzing every detail. His mind, accustomed to strategy, couldn't process the scene. Naruto had gone from being an average healer to the speed of light. "Naruto, as did you do that? Since when you know how to use the Shozan Jutsu and with that level of control?" Kakashi demanded, his voice a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Naruto stood up, wiping the dust from his hands. His expression was tired, but his gaze was steady, the gaze of a liar who had been well trained by his political accomplice. "Well, Kakashi-sensei, it's no big deal," Naruto replied with excessive humility. "After the last fight against Akatsuki, I realized how useless it was not to be able to heal myself or my teammates quickly." Naruto continued with his script, "So, I read some basic medical ninjutsu scrolls I found in the library. Then, I started applying it and practicing on mice and rabbits in my spare time. It was a lot of work, you know, my chakra control is terrible." He turned to look at Sakura. "Well, Sakura, since you're the best doctor I know," I asked him some quick tips for Shizune-san, just for the basic flow. She gave me some corrections, and I think it's finally working. Sakura was speechless. "But that's impossible. That level of Shizune jutsu, it requires years of intensive training. It's Tsunade-sama's technique. Naruto simply shrugged, keeping up the facade. I'm the hero who will save the world, Sakura. Did you expect anything less? The secret bond deepens. Kakashi knew Naruto was lying. There were no basic scrolls in the library that could take him to that level. And Shizune didn't give away quick tips. He understood that the Hokage, for some reason, was training Naruto. And secreting that lie was an order. The secret of the Sagae breed, it was now a double secret, the jutsu attack and the jutsu of healing. I see, Kakashi said, his Sharingan deactivated. Well, if you learn that fast, I guess you're a genius. Naruto, I wonder what's going on between you, Tsunade-sama, and Shizune-san that makes you lie like this. The game in Konoha is more dangerous than any mission. Naruto had passed the test. Not only had he displayed immense power, but he had proven his loyalty to the secret. The crack in the secret and Sakura's jealousy. The return to the snake's nest. Team Kakashi returned to Konoha, and although the mission was deemed successful, Sakura's mind was reeling. The sight of Naruto healing her with such mastery, and his vague excuse of basic scrolls and Shizune's advice, had deeply disturbed her. She, Tsunade's most talented disciple in medical ninjutsu, was now second in line behind the one who used to be the airheaded brat. Hours after her report to the Hokage, Sakura sought out Shizune. She found her in the Hokage Tower's medical lab, cataloging poisons. Sakura approached, her face a mixture of professional admiration and acute suspicion. Shizune-sensei, Sakura began, her tone falsely casual. I wanted to ask you about the advice you gave Naruto. Shizune, already nervous about the report's lies, felt a chill. She knew Sakura, with her analytical mind, wouldn't easily swallow the story. The tips? Shizune repeated, trying to remain calm. Oh, yes. I gave him some pointers on chakra flow so he wouldn't exhaust himself when applying the Shozan jutsu. Very basic things, really. No, they weren't basic, Sakura replied, her voice becoming firmer. The control he showed in my wound was level Jonin. He was able to neutralize the poison in seconds. You don't learn that by reading scrolls, Shizune-sensei. That is learned with hours of supervised, direct and personal with a teacher. Sakura leaned forward, her green eyes flashing with jealousy and frustration. Why the secrecy? Why the lie about the scrolls? And why do you only teach me the theory in class, while you give him tips that make him go from Genin to master healer in a week? Pressure and fissure. Sakura's question, laced with professional jealousy and a budding romantic rivalry, as Sakura could already sense Shizune and Tsunade's presence in Naruto's aura, struck Shizune. Shizune felt cornered. She couldn't reveal the chakra spear, Tsunade's bet, or the intimacy of the training sessions. But the weight of the lie and the desire to appease her partner made her make a mistake. Sakura, it's not what you think. It's not favoritism, Shizune whispered, lowering her voice. It's for the good of Konoha. Naruto's training requires exceptional and very specific concentration conditions. These are techniques that Lady Tsunade has been developing for him. Shizune bit her lip, quickly thinking of the best way to divert attention without revealing the truth. Naruto's problem is the emotional instability. In order for her to focus her chakra in a safe and controlled manner, Lady Tsunade found that extreme physical proximity and sensory calm are necessary to anchor your mind. Practice is much more personal and requires a constant and direct supervision. Shizune covered her mouth, realizing what she'd said. Using phrases like extreme physical proximity and constant and direct supervision was the worst possible choice of words. Sakura's romantic jealousy unleashed. Sakura absorbed every word. Her admiration for her teacher and her affection for Naruto mingled in a burst of jealousy. Her mind didn't interpret extreme physical proximity as a chakra exercise, but as what it truly was: privacy. Sakura's face turned bright red. Extreme physical proximity? Sakura repeated, her voice now a low, angry hiss. Are you saying that you are Lady Tsunade? They have to touch him intimately so that he concentrates? Sakura felt a surge of anger. For years, she had been the one who had cared for Naruto, the one who had grown and matured by his side. And now, her two role models, the most powerful women in the village, were using training as an excuse for an intimate connection she couldn't share. Is that why you didn't tell anyone? Because Naruto's exceptional concentration consists of him so his mind doesn't wander. Sakura was trembling. Shizune, terrified that she'd revealed too much, covered her face with her hands. "No, Sakura, it's not what you're thinking. It's a chakra transfer technique." "It is," Sakura cried in a frustrated whisper. "You and Tsunade-sama are using your training as an excuse for intimacy. I saw him touching Tsunade-sama in her office, and I saw him touching you. And now I've seen him healing with a mastery that requires skin-to-skin contact." Sakura pulled back, tears of rage in her eyes. "I'm leaving. But know that the secret isn't so safe anymore. Naruto's control comes at a very high price, and it seems that both are paying the price of intimacy behind their backs." The crack in the secret was now a deep rift. The masterpiece of deception and Sakura's conclusion. The demand of the jealous disciple. The morning after the confrontation in the lab, Sakura, driven by rage and humiliation, showed up at the Hokage office. Tsunade and Shizune greeted her with faces of cold authority. "Lady Tsunade, Shizune-sensei," Sakura declared, her voice tense but determined. "I have analyzed Naruto's progress in the Shozen Jutsu. It is exceptional, and its rapid development is unprecedented and potentially dangerous to his chakra control." Sakura was direct, her eyes fixed on Tsunade's, challenging her teacher. "I request permission to attend Naruto's next training session. As his teammate and closest medic, I need to check personnel that the teaching methodology, including the alleged extreme physical proximity, is purely professional and does not expose the Jinchuriki to unnecessary risks." Tsunade and Shizune exchanged a glance, imperceptible but full of mutual understanding. They knew that if they denied the request, Sakura would make her suspicions public, which would jeopardize Tsunade's position, Shizune's reputation, and the secret of the Sagai breed. They had no choice. "I accept your request, Sakura," Tsunade said in a curt, official voice. "Transparency is vital. The next session will be tonight, at Training Ground 3. But I warn you, discipline is absolute. Any disruption will result in severe punishment." The perfect staging. That night at the training grounds, the atmosphere was drastically different from previous sessions. Tsunade and Shizune had meticulously prepared a play of icy professionalism. Naruto, upon arriving, immediately sensed the tension. Tsunade had sent him a coded message regarding Sakura's attendance and the need for a flawless performance. Tsunade and Shizune were dressed in high-collared ninja training uniforms, covering every inch of skin. There was no sake, no soft lighting, only harsh training lights. Sakura stood a safe distance away, with a notebook and pen, ready to record any hint of misconduct. "Naruto, today's lesson is the internal vibration control," Tsunade instructed, her tone purely technical and clinical. "The Shozen Jutsu, it requires the manipulation of internal organs. If the chakra vibrates incorrectly, the patient will die. Shizune, you'll be the patient." Shizune lay down on the mat, wearing a thick training shirt that prevented direct skin contact. "Sakura, observe," Tsunade ordered. "Naruto will apply the Shozen Jutsu on Shizune's abdomen, through the fabric, to simulate a wound under armor. The chakra control must be so intense that it penetrates the material without damaging it." Cold acting in the lesson in discipline. Naruto knelt over Shizune, but his face didn't show the emotion of the previous days. His eyes were cycled in concentration. He placed his hands on Shizune's abdomen, keeping a distance of 2 centimeters from the skin, with the green chakra pulsing on the fabric. "Harder, Naruto. If the vibration is slow, the patient dies," Tsunade shouted, pacing around them like a military instructor. "Don't focus on the fatigue. Think about the patient's life." Naruto grunted, sweat beading his forehead. The effort of penetrating the fabric and manipulating the vibration without direct contact was immense. Shizune, the patient, was the main actress. She maintained an expression of stoic pain and professionalism as Naruto approached the critical point. She coughed slightly. "The chakra is too cold, Naruto. Increase the temperature of your flow," Shizune shouted in the voice of a patient in agony. Tsunade slammed her heel into the ground. "Focus, Naruto. Your goal is healing, not distraction. If you look at Sakura, if you hesitate for even a moment, you'll lose control." The session lasted 20 minutes of brutal tension. There were no lustful touches, no sighs of pleasure, no skin-to-skin contact. Only sweat, pain, and relentless discipline. Naruto was exhausted to the extreme, but the green chakra finally managed to stabilize the internal vibration. Sakura's conclusion and apology. Sakura had observed every detail, ready to take out her notebook and note down the irregularity. But she couldn't find it. He saw Tsunade and Shizune as ruthless and dedicated teachers. She saw Shizune risking her health, pretending, but with great conviction, for Naruto's practice. And she saw Naruto, the man she was jealous of, undergoing brutal training which made her see the truth of his words. The level of control required by the Hokage was so high that any sexual or emotional distraction would have been fatal to the technique. Sakura lowered her pen. She realized she had been unfair. Her anger and insecurity had led her to doubt the dedication of the two most important women in her life. When the training ended, and Naruto collapsed exhausted, Sakura approached Tsunade, head down. "Lady Tsunade, Shizune-sensei," Sakura said, her voice low and embarrassed. "I offer my sincere apologies. My prejudices and assumptions have been unfounded. The level of discipline and control you demand from Naruto is a testament to your dedication as teachers." Sakura bowed deeply. "I will never again doubt your methods. Please excuse my lack of respect." Tsunade and Shizune exchanged another look, one of muted victory. "We accept your apology, Sakura," Tsunade said, her tone now softer, teacher-like. "Next time, trust your Hokage. Now, help Naruto. He does need genuine healing." Sakura went to heal Naruto, the hidden truth saved. The secret was safe from public exposure, but the two women knew the price of acting had been the temporary suppression of their desire. The silent prayer and the departure of the wise man. The guilty Hokage's last order. Hours after the tense training session where the truth was about to come out, Tsunade found herself alone in her office, drinking sake not for pleasure, but out of necessity. Jiraiya's impending departure was a dagger in her conscience. He urgently summoned Naruto. When the young hero entered, he was no longer greeted with lascivious looks or the excuse of training. He was greeted with the desperate gaze of a woman. "Sit down, Naruto," Tsunade ordered, her voice deep. "Jiraiya-sensei is about to leave. He's going alone to the Rain Village, where he believes the Akatsuki leader is." Tsunade leaned across the desk, her hands trembling slightly. "I can't order him to stop, his will is too strong, and his excuse, 'I'm just going to investigate,' is politically unassailable. But I can't lose him, Naruto. He's my family. He's the only one left." The Hokage, with a final plea, fixed her eyes on him. "You're his disciple, his last link to the prophecy that haunts him so much. I need you to go and convince him. Use the logic you learned from Shikamaru, use the maturity you've developed. Tell him not to go alone. Konoha needs a plan." For Naruto, this mission was more difficult than any battle. Facing Jiraiya wasn't easy. The boy, burdened with the secret of his power and his intimacy with Tsunade, felt the weight of responsibility. He nodded solemnly and set out to find his master. The encounter at the limit. Naruto found Jiraiya at the secret starting point, a hidden exit from the village among ancient trees. Jiraiya, with his traveling gear ready and his focused expression, looked more like the hermit sage of the prophecy than the perverted sage from the tavern. "Uro-sennin," Naruto greeted, approaching slowly. Jiraiya smiled, but his smile was wistful. "Ah, Naruto. Tsunade sent you, didn't she? Always so dramatic." "No," Naruto replied, maintaining the mature tone he'd cultivated. "I'm coming myself." "Sensei, don't go alone. The Rain Village is a labyrinth. Akatsuki has already proven they're stronger and more organized than we thought. The leader. If he's there, it's a trap. We need an S-rank team, not just one spy." Naruto boldly used his new tactical ability to argue. "I can go with you. My jutsu chakra spear has improved a lot. I'm a good distraction, a good bait." Jiraiya looked at him with deep pride, but shook his head. "Duty, destiny, and farewell." "Naruto, I appreciate your courage. And I know you've grown faster than even I predicted," Jiraiya said, placing a large, warm hand on his student's shoulder. "But this is a mission I must face alone. It is my duty, and it is my destiny. Besides, the reason I must go alone is because of you." Jiraiya turned to look back at the village, his expression one of thoughtful sadness. "If I fall, Naruto, the people will despair. But if Konoha loses its Jinchuriki, it loses its last hope for the future. You must remain here. You must continue perfecting your secret techniques. The village needs you healthy, whole, and ready. Jiraiya approached his disciple and spoke to him in a deep whisper, full of total confidence. I'm going under the guise of investigation. I'm not going to fight. I'm going to find that leader's weakness, his name, his power. I'm going back, Naruto. Trust me. I'll come back with the information you need to take down Akatsuki once and for all. You have to believe in your teacher. The promise wasn't a guarantee of survival, but a mandate. Jiraiya was passing the torch of war to him. Naruto felt a lump in his throat. He understood that his master wouldn't go just for strategy, but out of the same sense of duty his father had felt. He couldn't convince him. He could only nod, respecting his master's final decision. I'll be back, brat, Jiraiya insisted, smiling one last time. With one last pat on the shoulder, Jiraiya summoned a messenger toad and set off into the darkness of the forest, toward the Rain Village, leaving Naruto alone with the weight of his immense responsibility and the secret of his power. The 2-day contract and the urgency of the Sozo Seisei. Desperation made plan. Naruto returned to the Hokage office with the news of Jiraiya's departure. The failure of his persuasion mission was met with despair by Tsunade. The Hokage stood, her fear for Jiraiya transforming into an iron will. The urgency of the war had erased any trace of play in her gaze. He went alone, Tsunade said, her voice barely a whisper. That means the only way to guarantee Konoha's future is through you, Naruto. Time has run out. The training must be immediate, total, and without rest. Tsunade, with her strategic genius, formulated the most ambitious and exhausting plan imaginable, designed not only for power, but to maximize the transfer of its jutsu of immortality. Listen to me, Naruto, Tsunade declared, rapping on the table. Your training is divided into a 2-day cycle, and won't stop until you master the Sozo Seisei. Day 1. Chakra as caress and the healing bond. Day 1 will focus on the medical ninjutsu, Tsunade instructed, pointing at Shizune, who was standing with a resigned expression. The key to Sozo Seisei is the absolute control of your chakra to manipulate cells. Touch is the foundation. Therefore, healing training must be constant and profound. Approach: control up to Shozen Jutsu with total proximity. Detail: you will focus on the healing of simulated internal wounds and the manipulation of internal organs through the abdomen and chest. This requires the patient to be almost naked for full effectiveness. Shizune and I will be your patients, alternating so you can learn the variability of female chakra flows. Intensity: you'll have to keep the Shozen Jutsu for periods of one continuous hour, applying a pressure that is a blend of healing and pleasure. This will teach you to sustain your concentration under any stimulus. Subliminal goal: the Hokage wanted the constant intimacy open Naruto's chakra channels to a level that would allow the transfer of the principles of Sozo Seisei cell regeneration. Saturating his own chakra in Naruto's body was a shortcut to learning. Day 2. Chakra as a weapon and the promise of immortality. Day 2 will focus on the power and control of Futon. Tsunade continued, her voice growing more urgent. We need you to scale your chakra spear until it is a destructive force that can rival the leader of Akatsuki. The basis of this scale is the same as that of the Sozo Seisei. The chakra must flow without restrictions. Approach: improvement of the Sagai-Bredent theory of Sozo Seisei. Detail of the spear: you will use your cage bunshine in the training camp to practice the extension of the chakra spear to its physical limit, but without exhausting yourself. I will teach you how to modulate the windy vibration so that the spear can penetrate high-level defenses without breaking. The first step to Sozo Seisei: you will begin to study the seals and the principle of immortality. Sozo Seisei: it is essentially a massive chakra reserve seal that is released to force cellular regeneration. You need to learn how to accumulate and release your chakra without losing consciousness. You will practice this through extreme exhaustion exercises, where your body will be forced to regenerate with your own chakra. The pressure of duty: every day that passes, Jiraiya-sensei is in greater danger. If you want to save him, or if you want to be able to avenge his possible downfall, you must master this. You have to see it as your most sacred duty. The 2-day contract and the desperate urgency. Tsunade finished her plan with a final look at Naruto. This is our training contract. 1 day off ouch and healing, and 1 day off power and destruction. There is no rest, no pause. The intimacy of day 1 will fuel the power of day 2, and vice versa. You are our last defense, Naruto. Naruto, burdened by Jiraiya, the village, and the Hokage's promise, nodded, his face a mask of determination. Training had ceased to be a game, it had become a race against time, against destiny. Privacy was now the vehicle of his power, and secrecy was his only protection. Day 1. Chakra fusion and desire fulfillment. Desire saturation and technical urgency. The first night of the 2-day training cycle took place in Tsunade's private room. The atmosphere was not that of a game, but that of a desperate urgency disguised as technique. The goal was to saturate Naruto's body with the chakra and discipline of both women, opening the channels necessary for the Sozo Seisei. Naruto was kneeling on the mat. Shizune was the patient, lying on her back. Following Tsunade's instructions, Shizune wore only a training towel around her waist, leaving her torso exposed. Day 1. Naruto. Internal healing and sensory control, Tsunade instructed, her voice a deep murmur. Shizune is simulating internal shock damage. You need to apply the double top on the abdomen, near the solar plexus, but staying close to the chest line to simulate healing of the lungs. Naruto placed his hands on Shizune's abdomen. The green chakra began to flow. The proximity of Shizune's breasts and the need to focus on healing without touching the forbidden areas was torture. The breaking point, the voice and the touch. Naruto was maintaining his concentration, but the pressure was immense. At that moment, Shizune, following the rules of the sensory synchronization training she had designed herself, began to speak. Yes, Naruto. That's right, Shizune whispered, her voice low and soft, but laden with a sensuality that wasn't professional. You're doing well. Feel your chakra entering me. Softer, my body needs it. You're close. You're very close to healing. Shizune's soft, teasing voice, mixed with the pressure of the chakra, was the catalyst. Naruto felt the control he had maintained crumble. The chakra, instead of being a healing tool, became a surge of repressed desire. In a reflex action, and feeling his mind giving out, Naruto lost control of the position. His right hand, which was healing Shizune's lower abdomen, slowly slid down, disappearing under Shizune's training towel. Naruto saw contact with the intimacy he had longed for from their first encounter, applying his healing chakra and his aroused touch to the center of her desire. Tsunade's intervention and surrender. At that moment, Tsunade was kneeling behind Naruto, her full breast pressed against his back. She had been guiding his breathing and chakra with physical support. Tsunade felt the sudden movement and the loss of chakra control. But instead of reprimanding him, she felt a wave of pure heat that ran up Naruto's back. His touch made him realize his disciple's intense arousal. At the same instant, Tsunade felt the touch of Naruto's bulge, the parchment pressing against the lower part of her abdomen. Tsunade, with an audible sigh and a husky voice, caressed Naruto's back, sliding her hand from his shoulders to the point of arousal. Shizune was right, Tsunade whispered, her voice trembling with desire. This is the greatest healing scroll I have ever felt. The control is overwhelming. Naruto. Your power is too great to be contained by theory. The consummation of the promise. Tsunade's words were the turning point. The play collapsed. The urgency of desire overcame the discipline of duty. Tsunade gently pushed Naruto against Shizune's body, who was gasping under the unexpected, deep touch. The trio went wild in a moment of explosive release. Tsunade, with a laugh of liberation, moved, grabbed Naruto, and placed him back on the mat. Master and disciple looked at each other, not with jealousy, but with a fierce complicity. The rivalry had culminated in a shared desire. The two women took turns, with jumps, gasps and caresses, to release the immense chakra pressure and desire that Naruto had accumulated. The training room was filled with the sounds of completion. Day 1's objective was met in a way that surpassed theory: total fusion of chakra and will of the three. The emotional, psychological, and physical barriers were broken, leaving Naruto in a state of ecstasy and complete exhaustion. In the end, exhausted and entwined, the three lay on the mat. Tsunade, catching her breath, whispered to Naruto, her eyes shining with a mixture of madness and genius. Now, Naruto. Your chakra is free. Your mind is clear. Tomorrow, you will be unstoppable. The training of the Sozo Seisei had begun in the most intimate and complete way imaginable. Day 2. achieving scale and unleashed power. The awakening of the sated warrior. Naruto woke up the next day with a physical and mental energy he had never experienced. Day 1 It hadn't been just a climax of desire, it had been a massive reconfiguration of your chakra system. The saturation with Tsunade and Shizune's chakra had completely released the inhibitions that held back his control. The urge to master the Sozo Seisei had merged with the sensory memory of the previous night. Tsunade, though exhausted, was already at training ground 3, her face a mixture of satisfaction and anxiety. The game was over, the war was approaching, and Naruto was her last hope. Naruto, there is no time for fatigue. The day 2 is the test of your will. The dominance of yesterday must be transferred to power today. You will focus on the skill, Tsunade declared, her voice cold and professional. The Baiju scale spear. Today's goal was to increase the size and stability of your futon Rasen Sagai. Naruto created 10 cage bunshine and ordered them to concentrate on technique. This time, there was no need for physical support. Naruto focused on the feeling of flow without resistance which he had experienced the night before, the temperature and vibration control he had learned from Tsunade and Shizune. Now, Naruto, don't force it. Let it be mold, Tsunade shouted. Naruto extended his hand. The chakra spear formed with alarming speed and stability. The original 2 meters extended to 3, then to 5. When the jutsu reached 10 meters long, the training ground began to shake. The spear was a pillar of blue, transparent energy, vibrating with the cutting power of the wind release. The shape was so stable it seemed solid, and the rotation created a constant, low squeak that resonated with the power of a tailed beast. Stop, Tsunade shouted, running back. That's enough. Don't dissipate it. Throw it at the rock formation. Naruto obeyed, feeling the chakra flow freely, as if the spear were a natural extension of his own will. Jutsu It was launched with a propulsion power that left a fissure in the air. The unleashed power and Tsunade's reaction. The impact was cataclysmic. The 10-meter-long spear pulverized the centuries-old rock formation they used for the practice of jutsu high level. The explosion was not chaotic, it was absolute pulverization, leaving behind a clean, smoking crater nearly 50 meters in diameter. The air in the area felt ionized and dangerous. Tsunade stood still, watching the devastation. She had seen Hashirama Senju use his power, but the pure control over form and function that Naruto displayed was terrifying. Impossible. The jutsu It has the scale of a Baiju Adama content and the precision of a scalpel, Tsunade whispered, a hand over her mouth. The success of day 1's training was undeniable. Intimacy had unlocked a new dimension of control. But that power came with a risk. Tsunade realized that the chakra saturation hadn't just been a transfer of knowledge, it had been a total fusion. Naruto's chakra was not just his own, it now contained the discipline and ambition of Tsunade and Shizune. The double edge and the new approach. Tsunade approached Naruto, who was breathing heavily but was already recovering his chakra with amazing speed, another effect of the Sozo Seisei. Scale control is a complete success, Naruto, Tsunade said, her voice grim. You're the Sagai breed is now the most powerful and accurate weapon from Konoha. But you have to understand something. Tsunade touched his chest, where his chakra was densest. The release you experienced last night? It didn't just unlock your power, triggered your addiction to him. Your chakra is now greedy. The risk of the dependence on power it's real. If you don't channel that urgency into the Sozo Seisei, you could become unstable. The new training plan focused on the theory and practice of Sozo Seisei. Tsunade focused on the aspect of the accumulation and release of the reserve chakra. Starting tomorrow, day 1 will focus on the Shozen Jutsu to accumulate chakra and day 2 will be the forced release. I will show you the first stamps for the Sozo Seisei, Tsunade announced. But the pleasure, Naruto, is over. Now, every touch is a duty of concentration. The fate of Jiraiya in this village depends on you being the most powerful, not the most lustful. The training would continue, but now, the high risk of Jiraiya's mission and the revelation of Naruto's immense power transformed intimacy into a functional and urgent need for survival. The ambition of double Sagai and the demand for immortality. The reflection of the tactical genius. After the display of power on day 2, Naruto retired to his apartment, not to rest, but to analyze his achievement. Although the 10-meter chakra spear was devastating, its sheer intellect whispered a crucial truth to him. 10 meters was too much for the precision and speed required in real combat against an enemy of Akatsuki's stature. A 10-meter spear has immense sweeping power, but it is slow to handle and its center of gravity is difficult to control. In fast-paced combat, scale sacrifices concentrated effectiveness, Naruto analyzed. It was then that the ambitious, almost unbelievable idea formed in his mind. An idea born from the need for balance between the power of his jutsu and the control of his chakra, perfected by intimate training. He remembered the lesson of the double-tape con Shizune. If I can apply Shosen jutsu with both hands at the same time, independently, why not Rasen Sagai? The idea was the double chakra spear, 2 5-meter spears, one in each hand. Naruto visualized the concept: 2 spearheads, faster, with the same concentrated power, offering offensive and defensive flexibility. It could attack 2 targets at once, or cross the spears to generate an even more powerful blast. It was the perfect synthesis of control, day 1, and power, day 2. The demand for acceleration. The next morning, Naruto presented himself before Tsunade in the Hokage office with a grim determination that brooked no reply. Tsunade greeted him, noting the feverish gleam in his eyes. "Lady Tsunade, the training is too slow," Naruto stated, without preamble. The Sagai breed 10 meters is not efficient. It's too big a weapon. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "I disagree. You demonstrated a power that only the cage can match." "Power is not the problem, precision is," Naruto retorted, tapping his finger on the desk. "My plan is to double chakra spear 2 5-meter spears, one in each hand. It's the ultimate in efficiency. The ability to heal and kill at 2 points simultaneously." The idea was so bold that Tsunade was momentarily speechless. It was the mark of a genius, the ability to see the solution everyone else was ignoring. "That requires a chakra independence never seen before. You'd have to split your concentration to the limit." "Exactly," Naruto interrupted, with an intensity that silenced her. "And the only way to achieve that independence is completely dominating the Sozo Seisei. Mastering cellular regeneration will give me absolute control over my internal flow to divide it without losing stability." Naruto leaned across the desk, looking at Tsunade with a seriousness that erased any trace of his past lust. This was a man focused on his destiny. "Sensei, Jiraiya's threat is real. You are about to lose your childhood friend who you consider family. I am your only hope of saving the village or avenging him. I need us to eliminate all distractions from the training sessions. I want us to accelerate the learning of the Sozo Seisei." The acceptance of higher duty. The word distractions resonated between the two. Naruto was asking for the pleasure they had shared, the one that had unleashed his power, to be put on hold or repurposed for a higher purpose. Tsunade nodded slowly, feeling a pang of loss, but accepting her disciple's superior logic. Desire had to give way to duty. "You're right, Naruto. Your idea of the double Sagai is the mark of a true leader," Tsunade admitted. "If you can achieve that, you'll be the ultimate weapon." "The training of the Sozo Seisei it will accelerate," Tsunade continued, her voice low and urgent. "But this requires a risk that goes beyond intimacy. I will have to transfer the sealed theory directly into your chakra channels. It's a painful process, and if your chakra resists it, you could suffer from neural overload." Tsunade stood up, her expression one of absolute dedication. "From today onwards, days 1 and 2 merge. I will teach you the seals and the principle of chakra reserve accumulation directly, and the only way to ensure your survival in the process is through constant and prolonged contact. To monitor your nervous system." Intimacy was not eliminated, it was transformed into a vital necessity for high-stakes knowledge transfer. The game was over, replaced by desperation for immortality. The fraction of immortality and the exhaustion of genius. The challenge of concentration. The emergency training plan began immediately. Day 3 focused on the double chakra spear and the principles of chakra reserve accumulation for the Sozo Seisei. The atmosphere was dense and devoid of any sensuality, there was only relentless concentration. Tsunade watched Naruto in the training field, where the young man had spent the entire morning trying the impossible, splitting his concentration to create 2 Rasengan, and then simultaneously infuse them with the wind release. "Naruto, stability. Think flow, not separation," Tsunade shouted. "Left hand is giving way. Right hand is overloaded. Balance." Naruto growled in frustration. His mind, though sharper, felt as if it were being split into 2 halves. The chakra, which had flowed so freely in intimacy, now rebelled under the pressure of dual concentration. Each attempt ended with the bubbles of wind chakra dissipating with a hiss before reaching a stable spear shape. Damn! It's harder than a graduation exam. Naruto panted, his clones dissolving into puffs of white smoke. Minimum achievement and system overload. The day wore on, and Naruto, driven by the image of Jiraiya and Tsunade's promise, refused to relent. As evening fell, with the sun turning the sky orange, Tsunade was about to order a break when Naruto made one last desperate attempt. This time, he focused on the feeling of controlled total tat he had felt when he touched Shizune and Tsunade's skin. He used that sensory memory as an anchor for his divided concentration. Naruto held out both hands. In his right palm, a small Rasengan formed. On the left, another. And with an effort that strained every muscle in his body, the wind element infused itself into both simultaneously. For a microsecond, the two bubbles stabilized. From them emerged two tiny spears, no longer than half a meter, vibrating with extreme intensity. Success. It was the double chakra spear, although in its embryonic form. The effort was superhuman. The cry of triumph cut off in Naruto's throat as his central nervous system, stretched to its limits, overloaded. The exhaustion was instantaneous and total. Naruto slumped forward, falling to his knees. His mind shut down. The first heartbeat of immortality, the Sozo Seisei minimum. Tsunade rushed over to him. Checking his pulse, she noticed it wasn't just a faint from fatigue. His chakra network was on the verge of total collapse. The demands of dual concentration had nearly killed him. However, just as Naruto's system was about to fail, an incredible phenomenon occurred, a minimal and involuntary demonstration of Sozo Seisei. Tsunade felt an anomalous pulsation. Naruto's chakra, instead of dissipating, released a small, controlled surge of backup power. This energy had not been stored through a seal, but had been forced into existence by the biological need for survival. A thin layer of green chakra enveloped Naruto's body for a second. The extreme fatigue in his muscles and neural overload were reversed. Not completely, but enough to stabilize his pulse and wake him from the complete collapse. Naruto opened his eyes, his breathing was deep and controlled, despite his tiredness. What happened? Naruto asked, feeling a sharp pain, but not the total paralysis he should have experienced. Tsunade looked at him with a mixture of horror and amazement. You did it, Naruto, Tsunade whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. You mastered the concept of double Sagai, and in doing so, your body forced the first release of chakra reserve. You took a tiny, but real, step towards the Sozo Seisei. Your body healed itself through the power of your will. The touch of the Shosen Jutsu. It was an act of conscience. Sozo Seisei involuntary was the manifestation of his iron will engraved in their cells. The transfer of seals and the contact of knowledge. Risk recognition. After Naruto's collapse and the manifestation of the Sozo Seisei involuntary, Tsunade was terrified. The display of power was glorious, but the fragility of Naruto's nervous system under such pressure was unacceptable. The slow, though methodical, training exposed Naruto to deadly risks with every attempt. The next morning, Tsunade showed up at the training grounds with cold determination. Shizune stood by her side, as nervous as her teacher, knowing the training plan had entered its most dangerous phase. Double Sagai's training is suspended, Tsunade declared, her voice final. The risk of collapse is too high. The time we have dwindles with every day Jiraiya is away. We're transferring directly. Direct transfer, Lady Tsunade? Shizune asked, her voice thick with concern. Yes. The only way for Naruto to achieve the Sozo Seisei before it's too late is to transfer the knowledge of the seals and chakra structure directly into your system, Tsunade explained. The process is dangerous. If your system resists or rejects it, the overload could leave you permanently incapacitated. The ritual of transfer. Tsunade set up a mat in the training room, which now served as the operating room. Naruto, this won't be pleasant. You'll feel pain. You'll feel your mind shatter under the pressure of knowledge that hasn't been organically assimilated, Tsunade warned. But it's the only way. You have to trust my control. Tsunade sat down across from Naruto. She removed her training shirt, leaving her torso exposed. Naruto understood that direct skin-to-skin contact was necessary for the purity of the chakra flow. The seal of the Sozo Seisei is located in the heart concentration point where chakra accumulates and distributes, Tsunade instructed, pointing to the center of her chest. I'm going to open my own seal, release the knowledge, and force it into you. You have to be a sponge. Tsunade asked Naruto to take off his shirt as well, and that place your right hand on the center point of your chest, and his left hand on his lower abdomen, where the chakra reserve was located. The contact of knowledge, pain and fusion. The transfer began. Tsunade closed her eyes and, with massive concentration, activated the seal of the Sozo Seisei. An immense amount of chakra was released from his forehead, flowing through his arm and chest into Naruto's body. Naruto felt a surge of energy and immediately a stabbing pain in his head. His mind was bombarded with millions of chakra images and equations, the structure of the seals, the molecular manipulation, the way chakra is stored and released to force cellular mitosis. It was like trying to drink the ocean. The pain was so intense that Naruto screamed. "Hold on, Naruto. Don't resist. If you push it away, the knowledge will kill you," Tsunade shouted, her own voice a low growl of exertion. Shizune, on one side, was ready with the Shosen Jutsu to intervene in the event of a failure. To stabilize the process and guide the flow, Tsunade placed her other hand on the back of Naruto's neck, forcing synaptic connection. The contact was not erotic, it was a painful and total fusion of knowledge. The experience of previous intimacy had been the necessary precursor. Naruto's system, already accustomed to receiving Tsunade's chakra, did not collapse, but struggled to assimilate it. The chakra between them pulsed with a golden and green light. Acquired knowledge in the irreversible bond. After what seemed like an eternity, Tsunade withdrew her chakra, falling back, exhausted. Her own reserve had become dangerously depleted. Naruto lay motionless, panting, but conscious. The pain dissipated, replaced by a terrifying clarity of mind. The knowledge of the technique, once a mystery, was now etched into his being. "You have it," Tsunade whispered, her voice barely audible. "The knowledge is in you. Now you know how the Sozo Seisei. The next step is the practice of the accumulation." The price of this transfer was a bond far deeper than pleasure. Naruto now shared a knowledge that only the Hokage possessed. He was bound to her by the secret of immortality and by the experience of shared pain. "Lady Tsunade," Naruto said, his voice still husky. "Thank you. I won't let you down. But what about Jiraiya-sensei? Time is ticking." Urgency had returned. The transfer of knowledge was complete, but war wasn't waiting. The shadow of the wise man and the permission of destiny. The agonic return of the wandering sage. Hours after the painful transfer of the Sozo Seisei, Naruto was in the Hokage office, ready to begin the accumulation practice, when a jutsu emergency summoning was activated with unusual violence. Instead of a messenger toad, a large battle toad, covered in wounds and wearing an expression of absolute pain, materialized in the center of the office. On its back, unconscious and pale, lay Jiraiya. His clothes were torn and stained red, and the wounds were deep. His chest was crushed, his bones broken, and marks of what appeared to be chakra piercings were visible on his back. He had managed to escape the confrontation with the Akatsuki leader, but he had paid a terrible price. "Lady Hokage. The sage. The enemy was too powerful," the toad gasped, before dissolving from exhaustion. Tsunade, her medical instincts instantly activated, let out a strangled scream. The fear of loss materialized into a clinical emergency. "Shizune. Call in the elite medical team. Prepare the emergency operating room. Quickly," Tsunade shouted, running towards Jiraiya with Naruto at her side. The diagnosis and uselessness of the healing chakra. At Konoha Hospital, Tsunade, the best Konoha doctor in the world, worked frantically for hours. She and Shizune used their Shosen Jutsu to exhaustion, but Jiraiya's injuries were of a nature that defied ordinary healing. "The external injuries are serious, but curable," Tsunade diagnosed, her face covered in sweat and silent tears. "But the internal damage. His chakra network has been pierced, and the enemy used a technique that destroys cellular regeneration. He'll need months of confinement, absolute rest, and the most intense healing to even partially recover." Tsunade stepped away from the stretcher, her face pale. The truth was inescapable. Jiraiya wouldn't be in any condition to fight, train, or even walk without pain for months. The threat of Akatsuki had been temporarily neutralized against the Sannin, the sage's permission and the new contract. Hours later, when Jiraiya was stabilized in a private room, still unconscious, Tsunade was left alone by his side. Fear had given way to clarity. Naruto and Shizune entered discreetly. "Lady Tsunade," Shizune whispered. "There's no time for mourning, Shizune," Tsunade said, her voice steely. "Jiraiya can't move. The Akatsuki leader now knows our tactics. We must accelerate the plan. And now, we have to ask permission." Tsunade, knowing that Jiraiya was Naruto's mentor, felt compelled to be honest. She leaned close to Jiraiya's ear and whispered the emergency plan. "Jiraiya, you've left me with only one option. I will train Naruto. I will push him to the limit so that he can master the Sozo Seisei. It's the only way I'll have a chance against the enemy who did this to you. I swear I will make it worthy of the prophecy." Naruto, with a mixture of sadness and urgency, walked over and placed his hand gently on his master's arm. And in that instant, Jiraiya, still in the depths of his unconsciousness, seemed to feel the touch. His lips moved in a barely audible murmur. "Suna, Naruto. Do it. Time's running out. Train him." It was the final permission and blessing of fate. The demand for immortality, the emergency protocol. Tsunade stood up, her gaze now feverishly focused. "The plan changes," Tsunade declared. "Jiraiya is out cold. The village can't know the truth, to avoid panic. Naruto's training becomes the immortality emergency protocol." Tsunade turned to Naruto, her eyes glowing with burning need. "Naruto, the only way for you to survive what Jiraiya faced is with immortality. The double spear is your attack, but the Sozo Seisei is your shield. From now on, we will only focus on the practice of accumulating the chakra reserve. Contact becomes a critical need to monitor your every heartbeat." Tsunade removed her medical gown with a suddenness that demonstrated urgency. "Shizune and I will be with you full time. The training will be grueling, painful, and pleasure is forbidden. Each touch is for chakra transfer and monitoring of your life. If you get distracted, if you hesitate, if you collapse, Jiraiya won't have survived at all." Training for the Sozo Seisei resumed, transformed by tragedy and urgency. The fate of the Sannin and Konoha hung on Naruto's ability to master immortality before Akatsuki returned to finish the job. Painful accumulation and the functionalism of desire. The chakra operations room. Tsunade's apartment had been transformed. The training mat was now surrounded by chakra monitoring equipment, emergency scrolls, and medical supplies. The atmosphere was no longer one of seduction, but of a clandestine operations room. Jiraiya lay dying in the hospital. The fate of Konoha depended on this painful accumulation. Tsunade was dressed in a tight training top, ready for direct contact. Shizune, her eyes bloodshot from exhaustion and worry for Jiraiya, stood nearby with her hands covered in green chakra. Her role had changed to that of the functional guardian angel. He had to keep Naruto on the verge of collapse without letting him fall. "Naruto, the build-up for the Sozo Seisei, it's not a meditation," Tsunade instructed, her voice hard and emotionless. "It's a brutal imposition of the will on the body. You have to create the reserve seal on your forehead, force the chakra to accumulate there, and maintain it. You'll feel like you're burning from the inside out." Functional contact and the suffering of the hero. Naruto took off his shirt and lay on his back. Tsunade leaned over him, her knees on either side of his body. "The contact is only to monitor your system," Tsunade stated, her gaze clinical and strategic. Tsunade placed her right hand firmly over Naruto's heart, lightly pressing her chest against his to stabilize the connection. Her left hand was placed on Naruto's forehead, guiding the formation of the accumulation seal. "The build-up begins," Tsunade ordered. Naruto activated the seal mentally. Chakra began to surge. Immediately, he felt unbearable, burning pain in the center of his forehead, as if thousands of heat needles were being driven into him. The accumulated chakra resisted being contained. The internal pressure was so great that Naruto's veins bulged and his skin turned red. The young man screamed, but the sound was muffled by the effort. Tsunade, her ear pressed against Naruto's heart, monitored it. "Your heart rate is skyrocketing. Control the pressure, Naruto. Don't break." Tsunade's touch wasn't a caress of pleasure, it was a stabilizing pressure, an extension of the Hokage's will to impose discipline on Naruto's chaotic chakra. The forced intimacy was a critical medical necessity. The balance in the abyss, Shizune's intervention. After 10 minutes, Naruto's suffering reached a critical point. The chakra, building up, threatened to explode and destroy his system. His eyes became bloodshot, and his body began to convulse slightly. Shizune. Critical collapse level, Tsunade shouted. Stabilize him. Don't let him fall. Shizune, with silent tears at the sight of her sensei in the hospital and her teammates suffering such torture, she acted. With terrifying precision, Shizune applied her double-tap Shozen Jutsu. One hand was placed on Naruto's abdomen, the other on his neck. Shozen Jutsu. Shizune's wound did not heal, acted as a pressure regulator, channeling the excess chakra and pushing the rest into the forehead seal. It was an act of necessary cruelty, keeping Naruto at the exact limits of his endurance. Hold on, Naruto. Feel my chakra. I'm not going to let you give up. I won't do it for Jiraiya-sensei, Shizune whispered in a broken voice, using the mention of the sage to inject willpower into her partner. Naruto's body became a battlefield, Tsunade forcing the buildup, Shizune preventing the collapse. The proof of immortality. The session lasted 30 minutes. When Tsunade finally ordered a stop, Naruto's chakra was released in a controlled manner. Naruto collapsed, completely exhausted. His body was shaking, but on his forehead, a minimal and almost invisible diamond-shaped mark, the reserve seal of the Sozo Seisei. You did it, Tsunade said, her own voice weak with effort. The seal is formed. The first step of the build-up is a success. But this is the new level, Naruto. There is no pleasure, no distraction. Only pain, duty and the urgency of war. The training would continue, day after day, driven by the suffering in the hospital and the Hokage's demands. The intimate touch had become a necessary instrument of torture, the price of power and immortality. The legacy of the sage and the last mission. The Silent Sanctuary. 2 days after the start of the accumulation training of the Sozo Seisei, and with the reserve seal on Naruto's forehead pulsing faintly with chakra, Tsunade granted him a brief respite, a visit to Jiraiya. The hospital was a place of silent tension. Naruto and Tsunade entered Jiraiya's private room. The sage, despite the bandages and tubes, was awake, though his gaze was fixed on the ceiling, a sign of his pain and defeat. Tsunade sat beside him, holding his hand. There were no words, just a deep connection of pain and affection. Naruto approached the bed. Seeing his mentor, a man who had always been a pillar of strength, reduced to fragility, intensified the pain of loss. Jiraiya, sensing his disciple's presence, turned his head with difficulty. His tired eyes fixed on Naruto's forehead, and on the almost invisible rhombus which marked the beginning of the reserve stamp of the Sozo Seisei. A smile, full of pride and melancholy, appeared on Jiraiya's chapped lips. So, Tsuna, you gave? The Sozo Seisei, Jiraiya whispered, his voice barely a thread. Always. So bold. Naruto. Does it hurt? Naruto nodded slowly. Yes, difference between the two. It hurts. But I need it. The recognition and transfer of prophecy. Jiraiya ignored the pain for a moment, focusing on his disciple. His eyes moved from Naruto's forehead, to his right fist, where he had manifested the Rasengan. I saw it. In the rain. The enemy is the strongest. A power that transcends the physical plane, Jiraiya revealed with an agonizing effort. It is my failure. And your destiny. Jiraiya struggled to raise his hand, and Tsunade helped him. The sage touched Naruto's forehead, just above the accumulation seal. The path forks here, Naruto. I have failed in my duty as Sannin, Jiraiya said, his voice firming for a moment. But I have not failed as a mentor. You have the jutsu your mother's and your father's. And now, you have Tsunade's. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with an intensity that etched the moment in the young man's mind. Naruto, this is your last mission as my disciple. The village trained you to be the ultimate weapon. But a Sannin it is not a weapon. As Sannin it's a break-even point. You must be the new balance. You must be the force that keeps the Hokage strong and the village united. The legacy of the Sannin and the final order. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, his eyes filled with affection. Tsuna. I'm leaving it to you. He's not the brat anymore. He's the guardian of the flame. Jiraiya then turned to Naruto, with his last and most important order. My failure was going alone, believing that the strength of one was enough. But you will not go alone. When the time comes, when you know you have to face the leader, you will go as the new Sannin, carrying the legacy of 3 cages. You cannot fail. You cannot die. You have the jutsu of immortality. Use it, Naruto. Become what I couldn't be. The effort was too much. Jiraiya fell into a deep unconsciousness, his hand slipping from Naruto's forehead. Tsunade, tears streaming down her face, squeezed Jiraiya's limp hand. Naruto, the seal on his forehead burning with the new intensity, felt like he hadn't just been given a mission, but a mantle of power and responsibility. He was no longer the Jinchuriki, nor the Hokage's secret lover, he was the heir to the destiny of the Sannin. The coming of judgment and the awakening of the heir. The end of training and the broken calm. The weeks became a brutal cycle of pain and chakra buildup. Naruto, fueled by the memory of Jiraiya, endured the sessions with Tsunade and Shizune. The seal of Sozo Seizai on his forehead had grown, becoming a visible and shining diamond. It was almost complete, the power of immortality was his. Suddenly, the frantic activity of the Hokage office stopped. An unnatural silence fell over Konoha. The normally blue sky was covered in heavy black clouds, with an ominous rotation at its center, like an omen of death. Tsunade, Shizune and Naruto felt the chakra disturbance from miles away, power, pure and devastating, which was heading straight for the village. Pain. He's come for the QB, Tsunade said, her voice deep. And he's coming alone. It's a full-blown invasion. The coming of judgment and the chattering shadow. In the center of Konoha, the calm was broken by an explosion of chakra. Pain, Yahiko, the Deva Path, the supposed leader, landed with a force that cracked the pavement. His eyes Rinnegan reflected the chaos that was about to be unleashed. But he wasn't alone. Beside him, a ninja masked with a Mangekyo sharing and spiral and an Akatsuki cloak, materialized. Tobi, Obito Uchiha. Tobi, true to his facade, strutted in a high-pitched, goofy voice. Oh no! This is where the Jinchuriki lives. We should have brought room for the party. The farce was obvious to most, but for Naruto, whose sensory control had been triggered thanks to the Sozo Seisei, the facade was transparent. Seeing Tobi, he felt a wave of cold resentment and calculating intelligence behind the silly voice. This guy. He's not a clown. He's the real threat. I'm sorry. His chakra is an abyss, Naruto thought, channeling Jiraiya's knowledge. The heir's intervention, the brutal awakening. Pain raised his hand, his face impassive. Power gathered around him, the devastating energy of gravity gathering for him. Shinra Tensei, God's judgment, with the intention of wiping Konoha off the map. This world will know pain, Pain declared. Just when the Rinnegan Pain shone with the intensity to unleash the technique, a supersonic speed, powered by the chakra of the Nine Tails and the newly formed reserve of Sozo Seisei, made the air vibrate. Naruto, dressed in his training suit, appeared instantly at Pain's side. His face, marked by the seal of immortality, was filled with cold, concentrated anger, Jiraiya's pain driving his strike. Naruto unleashed a brutal sidekick with a power that would have shattered steel. The blow, directly to Pain's side, was not stopped by the gravity technique. Pain's body was launched like a projectile, destroying several buildings before crashing into the village wall. Tobi, who had prepared himself to observe the devastation, froze. His charade stopped. What speed is that? And that power? His chakra is unstable, but his control. He's been trained by a master. Naruto didn't waste any time. He turned to Tobi, his gaze filled with contempt. I know who you are, clown, Naruto hissed. Stay out of the way. I'll wait for you later. The brutal battle and the arrival of Team 7. Naruto charged towards the spot where Pain had crashed. The battle was an instant carnage. Pain, recovered thanks to his Rinnegan, stood up and attacked. The fight was a demonstration of the new era. Naruto, with the double chakra speared 2.5-meter spears, but with deadly precision, defended and attacked simultaneously, using his jutsu so fast that Pain could barely track him. Naruto used his new sensory perception to anticipate Pain's gravity flow. The village trembled under the impact of Naruto's wind blows and Pain's gravitational pull. Naruto felt the pain of every blow, but the Sozo Seisei, although not fully activated, already granted him a superhuman resilience. In that moment of chaos, the Team 7 appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Kakashi, Sakura, And sigh. "Naruto, we're with you," shouted Kakashi, with his Sharingan activated, his face pale from the scale of the battle. Sakura looked at her friend, and at the glowing seal on his forehead. It wasn't the same person. His chakra. Its gauge level, she whispered, ready to pounce. The joint confrontation and the legacy. Naruto turned briefly to them. His face wasn't one of joy, but of command. "Kakashi-sensei. Block the right flank. Sakura. Prepare for the healing of jutsu area attack. Don't approach contact." Sigh. Diversionary airstrike. The fight intensified. The heir to the Sozo Seisei fought not only with power, but with a tactical maturity that only Jiraiya could have wished for. The fate of Konoha was at stake at that moment, in a brutal battle that promised to be the most destructive in its history. The price of immortality and the terror of pain. Gravity combat and absolute endurance. Team 7's intervention provided Naruto with the necessary tactical support. Kakashi used his Sharingan under speed to intercept projectiles and redirect Pain's attention, while Sakura remained in the rear, ready for large-scale healing. Naruto, however, engaged Pain in hand-to-hand combat, demonstrating the effectiveness of his double chakra spear. The two sharp-tipped, 5-meter-long spears moved with such speed and precision that Pain had to constantly use his gravitational pull to defend himself. "Your power has grown, Jinchuriki," Pain said, his voice resonating with divine authority. "But your stubbornness will cost you your life. The Rinnegan observe all your truth." Pain, seeing that the double lance was too fast, decided to end the battle with a massive, final attack. Shinra Tensei. The gravitational repulsion force was released. Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sai were hit by an invisible wave of pressure. The nearby buildings were pulverized. Team 7 was thrown far away, but Naruto, with his Sozo suppressing, he managed to anchor himself for a moment, resisting the force that pulverized the stone. The killing blow and the creation of the Renaissance. The effort momentarily exhausted Pain, giving him a brief recharge window. But it was enough for Naruto to close in. "I won't give you time," Naruto shouted, throwing one of his spears, forcing Pain to retreat. Pain, exasperated by the Jinchuriki's resistance, focused on a devastating technique. He pointed both hands at Naruto, Banshu Tenon, Universal Attraction, and Gakido, Preta Road. Naruto was brutally pulled towards Pain. Before he could react, Pain hit him with a charged chakra strike directly to the abdomen, piercing it and concentrating destructive energy. The blow was designed to neutralize the Nine Tails and stop their cellular regeneration. Naruto felt a blinding pain. The force of the impact was such that his clothes were torn, and a jet of blood came out of his mouth. He fell to the ground, motionless. "The obstacle has been removed," Pain declared coldly. Kakashi and Sakura screamed in horror. The battle seemed lost. The revelation of the Sozo Seisei, the shield of immortality. Pain approached Naruto's body, preparing to extract the Nine Tails, but before he could touch it, something incredible happened. The diamond seal on Naruto's forehead lit up with a deep golden glow. Tsunade's mark had been activated entirely by the need for survival. The reserve chakra of the Sozo Seisei was instantly released. The pierced area on Naruto's abdomen was filled with a golden aura. Before the horrified eyes of Pain and the astonished eyes of his companions, Naruto's cells regenerated at a miraculous speed. The wound closed in less than 2 seconds, the bones restructured, and the blood disappeared. Naruto slowly stood up. He was completely healed. His face, though pale from the expenditure of chakra, showed no signs of the fatal wound he had just received. Pain, for the first time since his ascension, showed a trail of terror and confusion in his eyes. Rinnegan. Impossible. That technique. That's the creation of rebirth. The 5th Hokage's seal. But your regeneration is faster. Purer, Pain exclaimed, his voice losing its divine composure. You have acquired the immortality of a Sannin. Naruto smiled, a smile of defiance and exhaustion. The training, Tsunade's guilt, and Jiraiya's legacy had all paid off. Jiraiya-sensei tasked me with being the new point of balance. And the Hokage gave me the tools, Naruto hissed, the double spear reforming in his hands. I'm not playing. The village will not fall. The combined assault and the humiliating retreat. The reaction to immortality. The revelation of the Sozo Seisei had changed the dynamics of the battle. Pain, although masked by the Rinnegan, felt palpable terror. He knew he couldn't kill Naruto with direct attacks. Toby, who had been watching with feigned disinterest, stopped his charade. His only ocular exposure, the Mangekyo Sharingan spiral, focused intensely on Naruto's seal. Tsunade has given him immortality. This complicates everything. The Kyuubi is unrecoverable in a frontal assault, Toby thought, abandoning his silly tone. Naruto didn't give him time to react. His mind, now free from the worry of death, focused entirely on the attack. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura. Sigh. We can't give him time to reload. All out attack now, Naruto yelled. The combined attack, the climax of Team 7. The synergy of Team 7, now operating with the maturity gained through war and desperation, was perfect. The wall of distraction, Sai and Sakura, Sai, with incredible speed, flooded the sky with his superb Isti art, creating dozens of large ink tigers that attacked Pain from the air, forcing him to use the Shinra Tensei to clear the threat, further depleting its recharge cycle. Sakura, at the same time, charged her fist with terrifying power. The Hammer of Sacrifice, Sakura, furious at Naruto's injury, ran toward Pain's refueling area. "You're not taking him," she yelled. She used all her strength to hit the ground near Pain. The shock wave of his monstrous strength not only destroyed the pavement, but momentarily destabilized the Rinnegan from Pain, interrupting his concentration. The final anvil, Naruto and Kakashi. This was the moment Kakashi had been waiting for. Now, Naruto. Kakashi, activating his Reikiri, launched himself at Pain. The attack wasn't meant to hit the Akatsuki leader, but to cover Naruto. The sound of the Reikiri emerged with Naruto's chakra roar. Naruto, with total concentration, activated the double the Sagaibri 2 chakra spears, perfectly stable and vibrating with the destructive power of the wind release, formed in both hands. Double the Sagaibri. The two attacks were launched simultaneously, Kakashi targeting the arms, and Naruto targeting the torso, attempting to pierce the skin and reach the chakra receptors in Yahiko's body. Critical damage in Toby's intervention. Pain was unable to fully defend himself. Shinra Tensei was exhausted, and the Banshu Tenin wasn't fast enough. He Reikiri Kakashi's sword hit one of Pain's arms, burning the skin and leaving deep wounds. But the real damage came from Naruto. The two double spears, with their lethal precision, hit Pain's chest simultaneously. The impact did not pulverize the body, but it pierced cleanly and with concentrated power, destroying several internal chakra receptors and severely damaging Pain's body's connection to the original Nagato. Pain, the Devapath, let out a guttural, agonized scream. He fell to his knees, chakra flowing uncontrollably from his wounds. His connection to his creator was severely compromised. Toby, seeing the critical damage, knew the game was over. If Pain died, Akatsuki's strategy would fail catastrophically. "That's enough. This battle isn't worth it," Toby shouted, his voice stripped of any pretense, ringing with authority. Toby activated his Kamui. The space around Pain distorted, creating a vortex that began to suck in the wounded body. The humiliating retreat and the warning. Naruto, although exhausted from using the Sozo Seizi and double Sagai, launched himself into the vortex, trying to stop the escape. But Kakashi stopped him. "No, Naruto. It's his spatial technique. We can't stop him," warned Kakashi. Toby gave Naruto one last icy, piercing look, his words a warning and a promise. "Jinchuriki, you have been a troublesome opponent. But the Sozo Seizi, it only delays the inevitable. Enjoy your small victory. The world will know the truth of the Tsuki no Mi, the Moon Eye plan, and you, Naruto Uzumaki, will be the final sacrifice to complete our goal." With those words, Toby disappeared, taking Pain's lifeless body with him through his interdimensional portal. Silence fell over Konoha once again. Some of the buildings were destroyed, but the danger had passed. Team 7 reunited, exhausted, victorious, and awestruck by Naruto's immense power. The village had been saved, but the cost of that victory, and the secret behind Naruto's immortality, would resonate throughout Konoha. The hero's reward and the intimacy of mourning. The relief of victory and the secret mourning. Night fell upon a battered but victorious Konoha. Team 7 had accomplished an unprecedented feat, forcing the Akatsuki to retreat. The village was safe, but the atmosphere in the Hokage office, despite the outward euphoria, was one of deep exhaustion and quiet relief. Tsunade, After overseeing the initial reconstruction efforts, returned to her apartment with Shizune and Naruto. Training, the war, mourning for Jiraiya, and the threat of Tobi had left the three emotionally and physically drained. The village owes you its life, Naruto, Tsunade said, her voice soft for the first time in weeks. The Sozosei say it worked. But you've paid the price. You need a healing that simple chakra can't provide. Shizune nodded, her face one of total devotion. Thesis Senjutsu, the Hokages and my own aren't enough to restore the exhaustion of your nervous system. You have to replenish your chakra and your spirit. Naruto, although tired, felt a surge of anticipation. The pleasure, which had been forbidden by duty, now returned as a legitimate reward and an essential act of healing. The healing sanctuary, the gift exchange. The training room was transformed into a sanctuary of rest. Soft candles replaced the harsh lights, and soothing scents of sandalwood and ginkgo filled the air. Naruto lay back on the mat. Both women knelt beside him, stripping off their training clothes, leaving them only in silky robes. We'll start with the healing gifts, Tsunade whispered, a smile returning to her lips. The first gift, Tsunade, the tension cure. Tsunade straddled Naruto's abdomen, but without weight, simply using the direct contact of her skin against the hero's. Your tension is in your back and shoulders. I'll take care of the release. Tsunade began a massage with a mastery that went beyond physical healing. Her strong, gentle hands worked Naruto's muscles, breaking up the knots of stress from the battle. As she massaged, her powerful breasts swayed gently against Naruto's torso. The friction, slow and deliberate, was a constant reminder of the reward. The second gift, Shizune, chakra refilling. Shizune moved to sit on Naruto's head, her own robe falling off. She leaned over him. Your chakra is depleted at the source. I'll replenish it. Shizune began to gently lick the chakra mouth from Naruto, the seal off her abdomen. His expert tongue traced the edges of the seal, freeing the excess pressure of the nine tails and attracting healing energy from his own mouth. The act, although intimate and profound, was of pure inverted functionality. Instead of giving chakra, she extracted it and purified it. The complete massage, the intimacy of reward. The atmosphere became completely sensual. Tsunade slid down and joined Shizune. Now, full body healing, Tsunade announced, her voice choked with excitement. Both women stripped Naruto of his clothes completely. The hero's body, marked by the scars of war, was now the center of their attention. Tsunade, the master, she took care of the lower part. Her hands moved with a precision that blended massage technique with desire. She caressed and pressed Naruto's thighs and legs, slowly and deliberately reaching the source of his arousal. Your true scroll is intact and strong, Naruto, Tsunade whispered, her breath hot against his skin. And it needs to be healed and pampered for the great effort it put into keeping you alive. The healing must be complete. Shizune, the disciple Shizune, took care of Naruto's upper torso and head. With scented oils, she massaged Naruto's neck, chest, and face. Then, in an act of total devotion, she bent down and gently licked and sucked the seal on his forehead, the Sozosei say. It was an act of purification and respect, a recognition of his new state of immortality. The climax of desire, the total fusion. Mourning for Jiraiya, the stress of battle, and the repression of strict training all channeled into that moment. Pleasure turned into a total fusion of healing and desire. Hijutsu of healing had been transformed into a total energy exchange. Both women took turns bringing Naruto to the edge of ecstasy, using their mouths, hands, and bodies. At the climax, the Naruto's release was an explosion of chakra and ecstasy. Tsunade held him firmly, absorbing some of the released energy to calm her own tension, while Shizune used her mouth to seal and contain the remaining energy. You've been healed, my hero, Tsunade whispered, completely satisfied. And you have been rewarded, Shizune added, with a smile of absolute devotion. The night ended with the three entangled in a dream of exhaustion and satisfaction, the secret of immortality sealed and the hero ready to face the political consequences of his victory. The demand for redemption and Sasuke's shadow. Dawn of the renewed hero. After the night of healing and functional pleasure, Naruto awoke with mental clarity and a full chakra replenishment. The seal of the Sozosei glowed dimly, but the internal reserve was full. He was no longer the impulsive ninja, he was a mortal strategist, bearer of immense power and the heir to the legacy of the Sannin. But with power came responsibility and the need to tie up loose ends. The humiliation of his defeat against Sasuke, the promise he'd made to Sakura, and the need to prove the effectiveness of his newfound immortality all coalesced into a single, urgent mission. Naruto gathered Kakashi, Sakura, and Sai at the now restored training grounds. His expression wasn't one of euphoria at victory, but rather one of absolute seriousness that Team 7 had never witnessed before. "We've stopped Akatsuki, but the real problem is still out there," Naruto declared, staring at his companions. Sasuke Uchiha. The demand of the final mission. Naruto didn't ask, he demanded. Victory over pain had given him the moral authority to do so. "We're going to bring Sasuke back to Konoha," Naruto announced, his voice brooking no debate. "But this time, the mission is different. It's not a rescue mission. It's our redemption." Kakashi, the team leader, sensed the seriousness and latent power in his student. "Naruto, what do you mean?" Naruto turned to the Hokage Tower. "I will fight him. I will test my new power and my control. I can't be the shield of the village if I can't face my own shadow." Naruto then turned to look at Sakura. His gaze, now mature and penetrating, was not that of the boy who had blindly loved her, but that of a leader who had accepted a cruel truth. "I'm going to go to Tsunade-sensei. I'm going to ask her for permission to bring Sasuke Uchiha back to the village," Naruto continued, his words ringing with a harshness that chilled the air. "And if he resists, if his heart is already too steeped in the darkness that Tobi represents." Naruto paused dramatically, and completed the sentence that no one wanted to hear. "We'll bring him back, dead or alive." The fear in Sakura's heart. The sentence hit Sakura with the force of a punch. Hachimontanko. Her eyes widened in horror. She had lived for years hoping for Sasuke's redemption, and had always trusted the promise of bringing him back. But the coldness in Naruto's voice, the acceptance of death as an option, terrified her. This wasn't the Naruto she knew. This was the heir to immortality, who had sacrificed his own humanity in training with Tsunade and Shizune. Alive or dead? He would never say that. The Sozose say. And power have changed him. He has accepted that to save the village, he must destroy the man I love, Sakura thought, feeling a pang of fear and a growing distance from her partner. The challenge to the Hokage. Minutes later, Team 7 arrived at the Hokage office. Tsunade, though pleased with the victory, was exhausted. "We want authorization to go after Sasuke Uchiha," Naruto said bluntly. "The village is vulnerable. We can't allow Akatsuki to use it again." Tsunade, who had already anticipated this, rubbed her forehead. "Naruto, you just went through a devastating battle. Sasuke is too dangerous right now." "Precisely," Naruto retorted, tapping his finger on the desk. "I just forced Akatsuki to flee. I demonstrated my control over the twin spear in the Sozose." Naruto leaned over the desk, looking at Tsunade with the authority his new power gave him. "Sensei, I have been given immortality to be Konoha's shield. I cannot be that shield if I cannot face my past. Please authorize me to go. Sasuke Uchiha's ultimate destiny is to be in Konoha, either as an ally or as a sacrifice." Tsunade realized that the boy in front of her was now a man and a more dangerous weapon than herself. Her mother's heart wanted to protect him, her Hokage mind knew it was a necessity. "You have my permission, Naruto," Tsunade conceded, with the resignation of someone who knows fate is inevitable. "But bring Sasuke, dead or alive, and remember the oath you swore to this village." The confrontation in the valley and the capture of the traitor. The path of redemption, the trail of hate. Team 7, now operating with the maturity of an elite squad, tracked Sasuke Uchiha to a desolate wasteland on the border of the Land of Fire. Clues indicated that Sasuke, now completely consumed by darkness and Tobi's manipulation, was seeking revenge against Konoha's elders. Upon reaching the wasteland, they found him. Sasuke, with his Akatsuki cloak and his gaze filled with hatred, wasn't alone. His three comrades from Taka, Suigetsu, Hugo, and Karen, were nearby, but the real confrontation had to be between the two rivals. "Looks like you finally decided to join me, time," Sasuke hissed, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. "No, Sasuke," Naruto replied, his voice firm and devoid of any of its former desperation. "I've come to end this. You have two choices, surrender and trial, or the final battle." The seal of the Sozose Naruto's forehead glowed, and the latent power within manifested in a fully concentrated fighting pose. The initial exchange, Speed and destruction. The fight broke out. Team 7 was tasked with neutralizing Taka's members, while Naruto faced Sasuke. The first crash, the speed test. Sasuke attacked first, using his Chidar imbued with a black flame, Amaterasu. The black lightning headed straight for Naruto's heart. Naruto reacted with a speed that amazed Sasuke, deflecting the attack with his double chakra spear. The spears not only deflected the lightning, but created a blast of concentrated wind that forced Sasuke back. The long-range attack, the Katen and the Futon. Sasuke responded with the Katen, Gokaku no Jutsu on a large scale. A wave of hellfire. Naruto counterattacked with his spears, spinning them to create a vortex of Futon massive which cut off the flow of flames, splitting Sasuke's attack and sending it to both sides. His speed and his control over the wind have grown exponentially. It's as if each blow has the weight of a jonin and the precision of a scalpel, Sasuke thought. The climax of Chakra, Susanoo versus Immortality. The fight escalated to cage level. Sasuke, frustrated, activated his trump card. Sasuke unleashed his Susanoo. The gigantic, ethereal skeleton materialized, an avatar of hatred and defensive power. "I'll stop you with the power of the Uchiha," Sasuke shouted, using the Susanoo sword to attack. Naruto knew he couldn't win against the Susanoo's absolute defense through exhaustion. He had to force a final assault that would test the defense and the power of his immortality. Naruto merged the power of his two chakra spears into a single point, creating the Sagai breed massive 7 meters, perfectly stable and dense. This is where it ends. The Sagai breed final. Naruto launched himself at the Susanoo. The chakra spear slammed into the avatar's chest. The destructive force was so concentrated that cracked the defense of the Susanoo, creating an audible crack in the ethereal armor. The impact was so brutal that Sasuke, inside the Susanoo, screamed in pain and the avatar dissipated. The final test and the capture. Sasuke, seeing himself without his main defense, used his last resort, teleported behind Naruto with his Sharingan and stabbed him with a Chidori concentrated in the heart. The blow, fatal for any ninja, penetrated Naruto's body. However, the moment of the thrust was the trigger point of the Sozo Seisei. The diamond seal on Naruto's forehead lit up with a golden glow, and the reserve chakra flooded the heart area. The hole left by the Chidori it closed in the blink of an eye, regenerating the heart muscle instantly. Sasuke, with an expression of absolute horror, recoiled back. "What is that? You can't die. You're a monster." "No. I am Konoha's shield, Sasuke," Naruto replied, fully healed but exhausted. Naruto didn't use any more force. Instead, he launched a simple but quick hit with his fist, charged with a small portion of chakra from the Sozo Seisei, hitting Sasuke's head directly. The blow did not kill him, but left him unconscious and seriously injured. The exhaustion of his Mangekyou and the force of cell regeneration knocked him out. The end of the mission and redemption. The rest of Team 7 secured Taka's members, who were also neutralized. Kakashi and Sakura approached Naruto, who was breathing heavily but standing. "We did it, Naruto," Kakashi said, with a mixture of pride and concern. "Yes," Naruto replied. "Mission accomplished. I brought him back." Naruto lifted Sasuke's unconscious body, now a prisoner of war. The promise had been kept. Sasuke was back, alive, but paying the price of his choice with serious injuries. The awakening of the sage and the recognition of the successor. The hero in the silent hospital. After capturing Sasuke and healing his mortal wounds, Naruto headed to the hospital. The pain from using the Sozo Seisei it was intense, but the euphoria of victory and the fulfillment of his promise sustained him. He entered Jiraiya's living room. The sage, though still covered in bandages and connected to monitoring equipment, was awake and sitting up, his expression unusually calm. Tsunade was at his side, her eyes bloodshot from fatigue, but wearing a relieved smile. "Look who's here," Tsunade whispered, her voice full of pride. "The man who forced Akatsuki to flee and captured the Uchiha." Naruto approached the bed. The reunion was silent for a moment, filled with emotion. Jiraiya looked at Naruto. His gaze didn't stop at the wounds, but at the diamond seal that now shone with an almost permanent light in the young man's forehead. "He Sozo Seisei in the double Sagai," Jiraiya said, his voice weak but clear. "You did a good job, Tsuna. Brilliant work." The tale of the master's victory and pride. Naruto, with a humility that would have been foreign to him in the past, recounted the battle. He described the speed of the double Sagai, Pain's terror at seeing the regeneration, and Tobi's humiliation at having to retreat. When narrating the moment when Sasuke stabbed him with a Chidori on the subsequent activation of the Sozo Seisei, Jiraiya closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He stabbed him. And you got up. You got up and defeated him, Jiraiya whispered, a single tear running down his cheek. You did it, Naruto. You defeated the darkness that consumed him. Jiraiya turned to Tsunade, with a genuine smile. Tsuna, the boy has surpassed the genius. Naruto has finally surpassed Sasuke. My only regret is not having seen it. The pride in the sage's voice was Naruto's true reward. Not pleasure, not immortality, but the approval of his mentor. The fulfilled legacy and the warning of immortality. Jiraiya took Naruto's hand, his grip weak but meaningful. The fate of the Sannin, the burden falls on you now, Naruto. Konoha's failure to stop Sasuke is in the past. You have closed that chapter, Jiraiya said solemnly. But hear me well, immortality is no excuse. The price of the jutsu is the political charge that the council will impose on you. Never forget it. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade. Tsuna, he is your ultimate weapon. But now, he is also your greatest risk. The power to heal instantly will scare the elders more than the Nine Tails. Jiraiya, sensing the proximity of the next great threat, looked at Naruto with an urgency that transcended pain. The enemy that wounded me, and the one that took pain, is more dangerous than anything we've faced. Big. He knows your new power. He will use you as a sacrifice for his plan. You have to be ready. You have to completely master the Sozo Seisei and the double lance. The sage lay back on his pillow, his mission accomplished. He had trained the hero, bequeathed him his faith, and now, he had given him the final blessing. Go, Naruto. And don't worry about me. I'll be here to oversee the trial of the Uchiha brat, Jiraiya said with a wink of his old perverted spirit. Naruto, his heart swelling with pride, nodded. He left the room, not only the village's hero, but to recognize successor of the Sannin.